The boy screamed in terror that a monster was chasing him. Upon seeing the girl ahead, Noct anxiously asked if Mare had really been there all this time. The girl immediately replied and hurried forward. Noct orders him to protect himself from the monster immediately. The girl promises to do everything she can. Young Mare bravely charged forward, surprising Noct. The blade sliced through the giant's body, and the monster let out one last, unbearable roar. The father of the owner of the Rutherford estate, big and small, and his eldest son, Wishart, arrived at the scene. Wishart was furious when he saw Noct. He sent the girl to fight in his place because it would be a disgrace to her father's reputation. Wishart reminded him that such behavior was unworthy of a nobleman. Noct explained that he simply wasn't strong enough to fight, despite having asked for help. Wishart says that Noct still has to fight and will gain the skill tomorrow. Big Small's father asks them not to swear and explains that everyone has their own path in life, and Noct doesn't need to imitate his older brother. Noct's father advised her to find a purpose in life and never give up on it, and to ignore what other people say. Wishart was angry and asked why his father always indulged his younger brother. My father said that he was more concerned with how the ORCs managed to infiltrate the estate and that he needed to inspect all the properties immediately. Noct wondered if everyone has their own unique talents and that there are always people who choose work they love and ultimately achieve success. He could even manage an entire nation. Noct's father, Wishart, was intelligent and kind-hearted. He was a true nobleman. Brave, on the other hand, was completely different from older. He was strict with himself and wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. All Noct realizes about himself is that he has an extraordinary talent for sleeping under any circumstances, and clearly, that was his true path in life. Noct was determined that he never wanted to work again. After all, he had been burned out at work. Once upon a time, he was an ordinary office worker in Japan, and then one day he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he woke up, he realized he was in the body of a child, in an aristocratic family. In this new world, all those who reach the age of 15 will receive a gift from the gods. And when the time comes for him to receive the gift, he will immediately have to fight. All his relatives congratulate him on turning 15, a significant milestone. Noct just thought this was the worst birthday of his life. Noct asked his older brother. Noct asked if he could have some of the birthday cake. But Wishart reminded him that Noct would fall asleep immediately. Noct really didn't want to go anywhere. But of course, Mare had asked him to come home as soon as possible because she had made him a raisin pie. Noct decided to cheat and complain that he had suddenly fallen ill, and that it would be fine to rest a little. Mare immediately and kindly offered him some medicine. Noct asked if he might get seasick on the way, but Mare said there was a great seasickness medicine in her right jacket pocket. Wishart said he shouldn't delay any longer and was now finally ready. It was time to go. My brother explained that this was a great opportunity for Noct, not only to receive a new gift, but also to see the world around him. My father wished his youngest son could enjoy new experiences, but Noct wasn't as interested as the others. Upon arriving in the capital, Noct decided that everything was just as he had imagined, with plenty of activities around. Noticing a local inn, Noct wanted to find out if they had hammock beds. Noct realized that the hotel building had clearly not been renovated in a long time, because it looked very dilapidated. He even doubted whether it was safe to stay inside. Even though this was the capital city, things should have been perfect. But instead, his father's estate was constantly under attack by orcs from the Great Forest. Therefore, everyone hoped that Noct would receive a useful combat skill from the gods. However, Noct didn't want any worries or skills. He only wanted to enjoy a free, carefree life. Noct arrived at the designated location and introduced himself. Noct noticed that this strange man looked very much like his brother, which made him feel a little scared. Noct was immediately instructed to stand in the center of the magic circle and get ready. Noct felt like he was standing in some kind of water and didn't know what was happening. Noct noticed a feminine figure ahead and decided it must be a goddess. He immediately thanked the goddess for giving him life in this world. Noct admitted that his life wasn't easy, but his older brother was stronger than any monster. His father was kind, and everyone loved him. So Noct was quite content with where he was. Noct started asking for everything except combat skills. He didn't want to become a warrior. Noct explained that his older brother would inherit the estate, so he'd better acquire an auxiliary skill. The goddess did not reply, and Noct asked if she could hear him. Noct realized he was back in the room he'd been in earlier. The guy said that was it, and Noct had received his skill. Noct was surprised that everything happened so quickly, as he didn't understand anything that was going on. He was instructed to step forward and touch the magic orb, but not to touch it. The man asked if Noct was the son of a nobleman, and if so, he would certainly feel burdened by the expectations of others. Noct asked him what skills he had acquired here. The god's servant pointed out the title, which clearly stated that this skill was called Increase and Decrease. Noct wasn't sure what it meant, so he asked if the skill could be used in combat. The servant replied that the skill's name was self-explanatory and that it wasn't a combat skill. Noct understood everything and promised that he would still try to do something useful. The young man apologized for the inconvenience and said he had to leave. The servant advised him not to be upset, as these two skills rarely appear at the same time, and that everything would surely find a way to be used. Noct replied that he wasn't upset at all and felt fine, so he was ready to go his own way. Actually, Noct thought he had gotten what he wanted. The girl asked what good things had happened to Noct that made him look so happy. Noct explained that he could now rest for the rest of his life without worrying about anything. It was all thanks to the goddess, who granted him his wish. Noct now possessed useless skills, although his brother would surely be angry about this. Noct said he even bought some souvenirs to appease his brother and father. Noct explained that he had bought jewelry for the maids, a statue of the Capitol Tower for his father, and a special blindfold for his brother, which would make him look irresistible if he could convince him to wear it. Noct bid farewell to the girls and explained that he would return to his estate to continue doing nothing. When the girls heard the name Noctomenor, they said they were sorry something had happened, but Noct didn't understand and continued on his way. When Noct arrived home, he initially thought he was hallucinating, but the entire estate had been completely destroyed. There was no mistaking it, and he finally realized it was true. Noct understood that he could no longer rest peacefully, for all his plans had been ruined by someone. The servants saw from afar and shouted that their master, Noct, had finally returned. Noct asks Joseph what has happened to the estate and who could have done such a terrible thing. The steward apologizes for his condition, as it has truly been a nightmare. Joseph said that the estate had suddenly been attacked by orcs, a massive army that had poured out from the great forest, and it had all happened very quickly. Noct wondered how an army of orcs could have appeared in such a short time. He asked about his father and older brother, and where they had gone. The housekeeper sadly replied that no one had found them yet, but the search was still ongoing, and everyone was not giving up. Joseph said that Noct's father and brother had bravely rushed out to defend the estate, but 4 days had passed and no one had any news of them. Noct was angry and said that his brother and father couldn't possibly lose the battle so easily. Joseph replied that he didn't want to think of anything bad, but the attack was truly terrible. Noct wondered what would happen there, as the estate had always been well defended. Joseph apologized again for the lack of news regarding the fate of his brother and father. The steward promised that if they could, they would certainly find it. Joseph explained that Noct now had to take over the management of the estate. The butler asked Noct what new skill he had acquired, as the fate of his entire family could now depend on it. Noct decided not to explain too much and simply demonstrated how he could manipulate a small stone. Noct explained that his new skill was being able to transform a small stone into the size of a horse with a single easy movement. He said that this skill was very convenient and easy to use. However, no one seemed impressed by that ability, and Joseph asked how it could help in the current situation. Joseph and the other servants began to wonder what to do now, As the estate had been completely destroyed and there was nowhere left to live, Noct realized they were absolutely right, and his skills were utterly useless at this point. He immediately regretted his choice and told himself that he should have asked for a combat skill. Noct thought for a moment and suggested everyone go to the nearby estate temporarily, as this was feasible given the number of people remaining. Joseph reminded him that fleeing from his master's estate was an unforgivable act and could result in the death penalty. If Noct decided to do so, Joseph would be powerless to intervene. Noct turned back to his servants and explained that he would not blame anyone for their decision. Whether they decided to stay or go to the neighboring estate, he would not accuse anyone. Finally, Joseph sadly remarked that now only the three of them remained. Noct guessed that his father and brother's pursuit of the monsters wouldn't last long, and they would soon return. However, he didn't believe they could possibly lose to the evil orcs. Noct felt terrible about all of this, of course, because he just wanted to start a new, worry-free life, and without his father and brother, that was almost impossible. He recalled his father's words, that there would come a time when Noct would realize this was his land, and then he would have to stand up and defend it, using every means necessary. Noct knew that now was that time. Joseph, once again, asked them what they would do next, much to the surprise of his former servant. Noct said he wanted to go to sleep first. Joseph asked how Noct could possibly sleep in such difficult circumstances. Joseph felt that Noct was only pretending to sleep, trying to look real. But after a few minutes, he realized that the young master was actually fast asleep. Noct even started snoring and became unresponsive to everything. At that point, Noct began muttering in his sleep that he would never be able to cope with such problems without his father and brother. Joseph sadly remarked that it truly seemed like the end of the family's fortune. The servants continued to wait, and Joseph angrily remarked that the young master had slept for 12 hours, clearly demonstrating Noct's complete lack of understanding of their situation. Joseph suggested that Mare shouldn't waste any more time and should go to a nearby property. Joseph explained that there was nothing left of these properties. Only the mansion remained, with no human resources or food supplies. All the walls were destroyed and monsters could attack at any moment. Therefore, no one can blame Mare if she leaves to save her own life. Mare knew Joseph was right, but she didn't want to leave. Finally, Noct woke up and greeted everyone good morning. The young master said that a good night's sleep had helped relieve his fatigue, and he felt much better now. Noct admitted that he felt like he had been reborn. Joseph asked the young master what he was talking about, since everything was completely ruined anyway. Mare couldn't help but chuckle softly, and Joseph reminded her that this wasn't the time for laughter. Noct said he was very grateful they had stayed with him and not left their ancestral estate. However, he wanted to restore the land to its former glory and needed their help, at least until his father and brother returned. Noct asked if the two of them were willing to be a strong support for him in his work. Mare cheerfully replied that she was willing to help restore the land, and Joseph admitted he was very impressed with how Noct spoke of his plan. Mare told Joseph that she believed in Noct's abilities and would stand by him. They should be by the master's side in this difficult time, for there was no one else. And luckily, the villa was still intact, so they wouldn't have any trouble finding safe shelter and cooking. Noct thanked her for the delicious cup of tea, then reminded her that Mare had said the well water was also good, so they could bathe and wash clothes safely. At least some of the more pressing issues wouldn't bother them. Noct asked if they had run out of food. Joseph and Mary confirmed his concerns and explained that they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday either. The girl explained that she'd gathered everything edible, but there was very little. Noct was disappointed that there wasn't enough food for even one person. It turned out that most of the food supply had been taken by the surviving inhabitants of the estate. Mary says she's on a diet, so Joseph and Noct can eat all the food and she'll be patient. Joseph says he's just a butler. He can't touch his master's food. Noct replies that he doesn't want to look selfish and eat everything alone, so they should divide the food into 3 portions. Even though it won't be enough, It would be fairer. Noct remembered that he could try increasing his food intake using his new skill, and it would surely help him. Mare was delighted and suggested trying out this new ability to increase or decrease items. Noct employs the technique of exaggeration, and indeed the amount of food increased slightly. Joseph and Mary were thrilled with the result and praised it as amazing. Noct was surprised by his success, but he decided it wasn't enough. He wanted to provide enough food for those who had believed in him and stayed to help. He wondered why this position should have belonged to his father and older brother, who were wise and courageous, but things had turned out completely differently. Noct thought the world was truly wrong. He wondered how he could possibly be a good leader. Mere cried out and begged Noct to stop feeding him because it was already too much. She was worried about her young master and urged him to come to his senses. Mere explained that Noct had gone overboard by increasing the size of the food. She thanked Noct for his amazing abilities, and now they would have enough food to eat. Noct realized that all three of them now had to face and solve their own problems. The girl pointed into the distance, gesturing toward the nearby fields, and noticed how small they looked from this height. Noct wondered if he could create a piece of land of his own on his own territory. He thought about creating beautiful properties just like that, where people would be happy to live, even though he might die from overwork and repeat the fate of his previous life. After the terrible events, only 3 people remained on the large plot of land. The land was damaged, and Noct could only rely on his 2 servants. They faced a difficult task, surviving in harsh conditions. There was still much work to be done, and for the first time in his new life, Noct felt happy working hard. Noct admitted that after such a hard day's work, he slept like a baby. Joseph joked that if Noct understood the spirit of working people, he would know exactly what it felt like to be the new owner of this land. Joseph was angry that Noct didn't actually do much work, and even he, the old butler, worked more. Meanwhile, Mere was preparing dinner and suggested that Joseph and Noct should pause their work and rest for a while they ate. Noct complimented the girl on the meal and noticed that the dishes were beautifully decorated with herbs. Mere explained that she prepared the dishes using different recipes to create variety and enrich the flavors. Mary suggested trying the enamel mordicai first. Noct responded that sesame oil accentuated the bitterness of the dish, and Joseph reminded him that mordicai helps lower blood glucose levels. Mere suggested trying the crispy fried mordicai without the batter coating. Noct appreciated this method of preparation and said he liked how the bones were so crunchy. Joseph explained that dishes like this aid in recovery after strenuous work. Mary suggested trying pickled mordicai to soothe the aphthray after eating too much sesame oil. Noct replied that the dish still had a slightly bitter taste. Joseph muttered that spicy food was good for the liver. Noct, of course, realized that Joseph didn't really like the food either, and advised him not to eat too much. Mare apologized for her limited cooking skills and the possibility that the taste might not be to his liking. Noct replied that there was no need to be upset, as she didn't have many food options to cook with. Noct asked how long the vegetables would last in the field. The girl explained that arugula takes about a month to ripen, but the leaves are edible after only a few weeks. Noct realized he would have to do something about the food problem for the next 2 weeks. For now, their only option was mordicai. Noct admitted that even though it had only been 2 days, he couldn't bear to look at it anymore. He explained that it tasted bland, lacked nutrients, and after everything that had happened, he felt hungry and didn't want to do anything. He realized they urgently needed iron-rich food. He also said he wouldn't refuse anything else if it were available. Mere promised to try to solve the iron problem in the food. Mere pulled out a knife, but Joseph and Noct quickly stopped her and asked what she intended to do. Mere replied that she only wanted to be helpful to her young master. But Joseph said that there was already enough iron in the mordicai to supplement it. Joseph asked Noct if he thought Mere's recent behavior was strange. Noct explained that he hadn't noticed anything unusual and that Mere was just trying her best to help. Noct said that once they finished their work and got their food, they would rest. Joseph reminded his young master that they still had a lot of work to do, but that didn't matter as Noct was almost fast asleep. While Noct slept, Joseph and Mare simply sat waiting for him to wake up. When Noct woke up, Joseph said they were dealing with important matters on their estate, so Noct could help. Noct asked what stands in the way of a person's success. Joseph explained that first and foremost, food is essential for achieving the most effective results, as food is the foundation of everything. Without proper eating habits, even sleep quality will be affected. Noct read out the list of key issues he had outlined. Joseph pointed out that the fence needed to be restored first. Then, Noct suggested restoring the food industry, re-establishing trade, and improving the fields. Noct requested a pen and added that he needed to find food beyond the memordica. Joseph was surprised to see such an item added, and Noct explained that he considered this a top priority. Finally, Noct suggested that everyone split up to search for food. Noct asked Joseph to inspect Lawrence's fields, while Mary would inspect Sammy's plantation. Joseph recalled that Sammy's fields were well maintained and something might be found there. Mare agreed, suggesting this could be an opportunity to diversify their food supply. Noct advised everyone not to waste time. Noct decided to take a closer look at his abilities and skills. In the meantime, he spotted an omnivorous jelly slime that appeared calm and weak. Noct noticed that the slime had eaten a lot of healthy food in the field. Then, he decided to use slime as a pillow because it was soft and elastic, feeling like a water pillow. Noct smells strawberries and thinks the slime has eaten strawberries somewhere. It was originally designed to be a pillow, but suddenly Noct falls into the slime and starts coughing up slime. Noct got angry and used his shrinking ability on the slime. He felt a little disgusted but decided that this ability wouldn't work on strong monsters. However, things went smoothly, and Noct was able to shrink an entire living creature. Noct continued to apply his shrinking ability to himself and was surprised by the results, as he felt like he was in a jungle, while this was just ordinary meadow grass. At that moment, Noct saw something rapidly hurtling towards him. He realized it was just an ordinary bird, intending to eat him. Noct tricked the bird and discovered it was a long-tailed kiwi. This bird is facing extinction. It can fly, but with great difficulty. Noct felt the softness of the bird's feathers, a sensation beyond compare. However, the bird escaped his grasp and he flew down. The only thing Noct managed to notice was the breathtaking view from above. But then he realized that this wasn't the time to think about the beautiful scenery, because if he fell, he would get hurt. Instead of a hard crash, Noct felt a gentle, rocking sensation. Finally, he was able to land on a soft bud. Noct was delighted with this new feeling and decided that this was a good bed, and the world, seen through the lens of a tiny person, became truly beautiful, even though it was too hot near the ground. However, it turns out that becoming small is not easy. Mare saw the young master and said he looked very cute. Then she asked him what he was doing here, like this. Noct explained that he was just testing his new skill. Noct asked Mare what she was doing at the moment. The girl explained that because the fence was broken, all the fields were filled with monsters. So she decided it would be best to cooperate so Noct could help a little. She also didn't want Joseph to find him, because he would just grumble and get angry again, and Noct wanted to rest and relax. Mare smiled and promised to do as the young master requested. Noct asked Mare to shield him from the sun for a while and create some shade, because, with his small stature, he couldn't tolerate the heat. Mare immediately figured out how to create shade and asked Noct how he felt. He replied that he felt much better, no longer being bothered by the sun. At the same time, he thought that Mare was indeed a very strange girl. Suddenly, Joseph appeared and asked Mare what she was doing and who she was talking to. Noct realized that his plan for a peaceful sleep had completely failed. Joseph was outraged by what was happening and asked why the young master was making the girl show him her underwear. Noct explained that he hadn't asked Mare to do this, but Joseph said that Noct's father wouldn't be happy to hear about it. Mare explained to Joseph that there was no need to blame the young master. She only wanted to shield him from the harsh sun. However, Joseph didn't believe her and demanded that Mare cover him up again immediately. At the same time, Noct cried out that he couldn't stand the thunderous footsteps, as he felt like he was experiencing a real earthquake. Mare was startled and rushed over to him, trying to support him. Noct replied that he was fine, just a few scratches. Joseph began to apologize and explain that it was unacceptable behavior because the young master was injured. Despite his mistake, Noct said there was no need to worry. He was perfectly fine. Mare asked him to show her the wound so she could treat it. The girl used her ability to activate cells and instantly healed the wound. Noct was surprised by the quick treatment and thanked her, as he was now completely healthy with no trace of his wounds. At the same time, Noct noticed that Joseph was still angry with him. Noct asks Mare about her abilities, and she explains that she can activate cells, which helps regenerate the human body and quickly heal wounds. Noct pondered the potential uses of this ability. He then asked her if her cell regeneration skills could be applied to fruits and vegetables, as this could solve the food problem. Mary tested her cell growth skills and happily announced that the plant had sprouted a little. Noct realized things weren't as simple as he thought, but still praised her for her efforts. Young Master told Mare she didn't need to sleep right now because they still had a lot of work to do. But Noct didn't listen, deciding he needed a nap. After dozing off, he heard a strange noise that prevented him from resting. It turned out that Mare was trying to concentrate and shouting loudly. She is trying her best to improve cell activation and make the plant grow faster. Seeing her efforts, Noct once again believed that she was a very strange girl. Noct then decided that she might have eaten something unusual, and that was affecting her behavior. However, Mare didn't give up and continued to try, rejoicing as she saw each leaf sprout. She said, "I'm trying to convince the plants to grow strong so that my young owner won't starve." Mare said she should repay Noct for what happened 10 years ago. Noct immediately recalled an event that happened long ago. One of the farmers was furious that someone dared to steal his land. Dami demanded that the culprit be arrested and imprisoned. Otherwise, he would take matters into his own hands. Noct's father demanded that the culprit be caught and punished. But Noct intervened and tried to explain to Sammy that perhaps the girl didn't go into the field just for fun. She did it only to survive, so she should be forgiven. But Sammy was angry and asked how he would live after what had happened. At the young master's suggestion, Noct promised to compensate the angry farmer for the damage, and to do so, he would sell one of the souvenirs his mother had given him. Noct asked the farmer if he would accept this offer. Sammy calmed down and said that Noct didn't need to make such a sacrifice. Sammy promised to handle the matter himself. Noct thanked the farmer for his understanding. His father asked why Noct had done this and defended a strange thief. Noct reminded them that the small family had to protect those they considered their subjects, so this girl was under his protection. The father asked what he would do if the girl misbehaved again. Noct explained that he believed that wouldn't happen, and that from now on she would be his personal maid. His father was surprised by his son's decision, but did not object. Noct asked the girl her name, and when she realized she was not in danger, she gave it to him. Noct immediately explained to Mare that he had an important task for her, and that she would have to prepare his bed. Then he asked her if she was capable of doing so. At that moment, everyone was surprised by the young master's actions, because he had finally saved a little girl. Mare said that now was the time for her to take care of her owner. She tried to plant an edible tree as soon as possible, but was angry that she couldn't do it sooner. Mare felt saddened by her inability to do anything, especially when her mistress needed help. She decided that her existence was pointless if she couldn't assist in this difficult situation. Noct looked at her and realized she was trying her best to help him. He remembered his father's words, who had always reminded him to protect his family at all costs. Noct immediately began thinking about how he could become a worthy successor to his father and a good ruler for his people. Mare recognized her master and asked why he was awake. Noct asked her to try his skills on the tree again without further explanation. The girl tried to activate the plant cells once more, but the result remained unchanged. Noct decided to help her and quietly applied his magnification skill. The tree immediately grew rapidly. At this point, Noct realized that God had truly given him a perfect ability to address vital needs. He began to understand how to use his ability correctly. His ability to increase and decrease size can demonstrate the full potential of the desired object. And when combined with other skills, his potential is limitless. In other words, his skill demonstrates the true potential of other skills. The servant was delighted with this result. Noct explained that he had combined his enhancement skill with her cell activation skill. Although he wasn't initially sure if all of this would work, Noct then asked her not to worry too much and explained that his suffering wasn't as great as she thought. Of course, it's obvious he's missing his family, and they currently have neither money nor food. But he's still happy thinking about the wonderful people like Mare and Joseph around him. Noct stated that he had complete trust in them and wanted to entrust everything to them. Mare recalled the first time she met her master and promised to be loyal to him forever. Joseph asked why the young master was awake and acting so strangely. Noct explained that he'd been busy and had now dealt with the food issue. The next day, everything returned to normal, and they continued their sightseeing. At lunchtime, Mare called everyone to dinner. This time, the table featured fried avocado and arugula, no breadcrumbs or flour. There was also grilled asparagus, beans, and peppers, along with a wonderful vegetable soup promising maximum nutrition. Joseph explained that this meal would offer excellent balance. Noct, however, wasn't thinking about the nutritional benefits, only about how delicious it was. Mare was pleased with the result and invited more people over. Noct, already full, thought that perhaps this was too much for one time. Joseph explained to the girl that she was behaving inappropriately at the dinner table by reading while eating. But Mare said it was all right, since they had plenty of ingredients anyway. So she couldn't make excuses, or rather she would learn. Joseph asked her if the young master had forced her to do it. Noct replied that he had absolutely nothing to do with it, and instead advised Mare not to overreact. Mary said that she would try harder and do better, thereby achieving better results for the common good. Noct thought the girl's attitude would be helpful. Then Noct said that vegetables were fine, but he wanted to eat meat. Mare immediately exclaimed that she would do it very quickly, but Joseph, terrified of the knife, asked Mare to stop joking like that. Noct decided to begin restoring the estate and use the earth shield in addition to his skills. This world has magic. With a total of 6 elements, fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness, Noct was gifted with earth and fire magic. Noct created a fireball and was delighted with the result. Mary praised the young master for successfully starting the fire and called him a talented disciple of the fire god. Noct replied that lighting the fire in the hearth was the easiest task for him, and the water quickly heated up. Noct thought about a month and a half had passed, and finally he could enjoy a hot bath. The young master thought it was truly a mental pleasure to be in warm water. Joseph, on the other hand, continued to grumble as usual. Noct paid no attention and was free to enjoy the sight of the sparkling water and the endless blue sky. He asked if there was anything else needed to achieve complete happiness. Joseph, surprised, asked if the young master needed nothing more. Mary admitted that she personally wouldn't reject the scent of daisies or apples, and that she really wanted a sweet, fruity fragrance. Joseph said that he really wanted to see it perfectly. Joseph didn't need his glasses anymore, because now his lenses were foggy and he always had to find something to wipe them with. He asked Mare not to bother him and to stop daydreaming about impossible things, because it only made things worse. However, Mare explained that there would be a sale tomorrow. Noct replied that he didn't understand what was being said. Joseph further explained that the merchant Raphael would be arriving tomorrow, and that he had a good relationship with the young master's father. Mare exclaimed that this was a wonderful person, someone who could order anything. But in the past, Noct had always missed this meeting because he usually slept in the afternoons. Noct became interested when the merchant Raphael arrived and said he wanted to buy a memory pillow from him. Mare wanted to buy some chamomile incense, while Joseph reminded her to clean her glasses. Everyone agreed that these items would make their lives more pleasant. When Noct met Raphael, he asked if he was tired after his long journey and suggested they start with lunch, and that he could take a bath afterward if he wished. Raphael asked Noct if he was the new owner of the land, and Noct introduced himself, explaining that while his father and brother were away, he was in charge of all the estate's affairs. Raphael welcomed the young master as the new owner and rightful heir to the land. Noct was surprised by such a welcome, as he had never encountered anything like it before. Raphael explained that he'd been doing business with Father Noct for a long time, and that the two had a long-standing partnership. Even after many years had passed, Noct always followed his father's advice when trading. He sensed a pleasant minty scent from Raphael, and the merchant apologized for talking too much about himself. Then Raphael suggested they get down to business, and asked if they wanted to buy anything from his collection. Noct thought the man was elegant and pleasant to do business with. Raphael explained that they could ask for anything. He had everything each person needed. Noct asked if everything the merchant needed fit in one suitcase, and then he thought that perhaps the merchant didn't have the pillow he was looking for. Joseph wasted no time, immediately asking about the cleaning cloths. Raphael signaled to his assistant to make a drum signal. Then he solemnly took out a beautiful lens cleaning cloth from his suitcase for Joseph. Mare said she wanted to buy chamomile incense, and Raphael immediately complied, taking a bottle of chamomile incense from his suitcase. Noct requested a memory foam pillow, explaining that the slime pillow was not comfortable at all. Merchant Raphael considered the young master's request. Noct thought they certainly didn't have that kind of pillow. But suddenly, Raphael asked his assistant to perform a drum signal. Then he solemnly declared that he has a pillow that's perfect for the young master. Noct could not believe his eyes and was amazed by the merchant's skill. Raphael quickly calculated the value of the goods and said he wanted 5,200 rubles for everything. Noct hastily counted his coins, then, with a disappointed expression, replied that he didn't have enough money. The merchant Raphael responded that in this case, the young master had to make a choice, either the pillow or the scent of chamomile and a cleaning cloth. Noct overcame his desires and made a difficult decision. Choose to buy the necessary items for your subordinates. That night, the young master couldn't sleep at all, because all he could think about was that beautiful pillow. Later, Noct decided to visit the merchant at his tent. Raphael said that wasn't necessary, that simply calling him would suffice. Noct explained that it was just a coincidence, and that he happened to be passing by. The young master offered to sell Raphael fresh vegetables from the estate, as well as let him use the beds in the castle. Noct thought for a moment and added that the service would only cost 3,000 rubles. Raphael refused the offer, explaining that they were used to spending the night like that. Noct felt disappointed that his trick had failed. Then, he offered Raphael the use of the bathroom, saying that the young master had only recently created it, and therefore there would be a special treat for him. He could use the bathing service for only 3,000 rubles, or exchange it for a pillow. Raphael looked sad and asked if Noct really thought his destiny was to build bathrooms in the future. The young master pondered the merchant's words and replied that the construction of the bathroom was actually the will of heaven. Raphael replied that if that were the case, he would have no intention of returning to the estate. Raphael's assistant asked for the lights to be turned off and a cigarette, as it was very late. At parting, the merchant declined the opportunity to take a bath, citing extreme fatigue. Noct was saddened by his failure and could not understand why Raphael had decided not to visit the estate again. At the same time, Noct could still sense the pleasant minty scent emanating from the merchant, but then he suddenly thought that the smell might be coming from some kind of monster. And now he understood why Raphael was always so vigilant. If he went into the bathroom, he would be defenseless against a potential threat. Nock looked around and found only a small slime. When Mare and Joseph heard this news, they were saddened by Raphael's decision not to visit them again. Noct explained that perhaps Raphael had decided not to return after seeing the monsters in their fields. Moreover, there were no inhabitants here for trade. The young master said that their land was extremely dangerous. They didn't even have a fence, so no one would come here to trade. Noct apologized to Joseph and Mare for prioritizing the wrong thing, saying that when he built the bathroom first, he should have done something more useful. Joseph agreed that it would be terrible if Raphael stopped visiting them, as the merchant was a crucial link in their trade. If their dealings with him ceased, their land would completely stop developing. Noct realized that if he continued, he would never be able to buy the pillow he wanted. The young master said they would definitely build a good fence so that Raphael could visit them again. Mare asked if the three of them could do it. Noct asked her to trust him and explained that he had a good plan. Joseph utilized his enhanced muscle strength and easily began lifting heavy weights. Noct admired his butler. Joseph, who was truly a titan, was incredibly helpful. Thanks to him, they were able to build 10 meters of fence in an hour. However, Noct realized that, unfortunately, they wouldn't have enough time and resources to finish the fence before dawn. Although the initial plan seemed perfect, the reality was quite different. Mare asked if she should help Joseph. Joseph admitted that after carrying heavy loads and sweating, a shower would be especially comforting for him. Noct pondered the butler's words, while Mare couldn't understand why the young master cared so much about this. Noct then told Joseph that he had a perfect idea. Meanwhile, the merchant Raphael asked his assistant Pico to wake him up as it was time to prepare for the trip. Pico said good morning, and Raphael told him to prepare his chopsticks. The boy quickly gathered them up and promised to prepare them soon. Raphael recalled that Mr. Brotherford had done him many things in the past, and he would be happy to help him in any way. However, it was difficult to look at his devastated estate, and it was worse than he had imagined. Raphael could not understand why his youngest son, Noct, would build a bathhouse in such dire circumstances. Perhaps the burden of leadership is too great for this young master. Even without the fence, this place could hardly be called privately owned land. Raphael apologized to Pico for taking him to such a dangerous place and promised not to do it again. As the merchant stepped out of the tent, he thought he was still dreaming because it was hard to believe what he had just seen. Raphael said that this was unbelievable. No one could have built such massive walls in a single night. The merchant tapped lightly on the wall and realized it was incredibly sturdy, offering excellent protection. Mare informs Noct that Raphael has arrived. The merchant was surprised and asked how this happened and where the strong wall came from. Noct explained that he had simply combined his skills with earth magic, and they were fortunate enough to complete it before dawn. Noct praised it as a truly invaluable skill. However, Raphael thought things weren't as simple as they seemed. He believed the cost of undertaking such a large-scale task must be enormous. Because it's not easy to complete this task in such a short time, Raphael asked why Noct didn't want to postpone such a difficult task until tomorrow. It would be more sensible to rest at night. Noct replied that tomorrow might be too late. He thanked Raphael, for it was thanks to him that he had realized the right priorities, and he realized that their settlement was indeed too dangerous. So Noct didn't want to think that this was indefensible. The merchant Raphael said that Noct truly understood his purpose. Then, the young master invited the merchant to see something else. Noct asked Raphael to stand with everyone and hold hands. Noct then demonstrated his enhanced abilities, saying that Mordecai had acted as an elevator for the merchant. Raphael admitted that he hadn't expected the boy to surprise him so much. Noct explained to the merchant. Noct explained that he was about to see a large outdoor bath situated right next to the wall. Raphael was utterly surprised to see such a beautiful bathtub. The young master reminded him that Raphael hadn't had time to bathe yet. But now, in this place, he could feel completely safe and had no need to deny himself pleasure. Noct admitted that he really wanted that beautiful pillow, and on behalf of everyone else, he hoped that Raphael would return to the estate. Raphael replied that every merchant must possess an important quality, and that quality is the ability to determine the value of things. Noct asks if Raphael was referring to the value of an object. Raphael explains that anyone can determine the monetary value. But in this case, a much more important value needs to be determined. Raphael admitted that he was only thinking about the safety of the property, but he was surprised that the young master thought of more than that, and even cared about bringing joy to others, even in such difficult circumstances. Raphael said that when he looked at the faces of Noct's servants, he immediately understood the boy's true value. The businessman explained that he no longer wanted to cut ties with such a good person. Raphael promised that he would definitely visit again next time, bringing with him many different goods. Noct said that when the merchant returned, he would have built the safest sleeping area, where everyone could rest comfortably without worry. Raphael replied that it was wonderful, but he wanted to take a bath first. Noct was pleased to have satisfied the merchant and hoped that business would continue to improve. Raphael enjoyed the warm water, feeling comfortable and thanking the young master for the opportunity to relax. Noct then suggested that everyone shouldn't be shy, as this wasn't a swimming pool, but their home. However, Joseph reminded them that they still needed to behave more modestly in the presence of the girls and guests. Pico asked Raphael why the young master was behaving so strangely, so relaxed and open. The bewildered merchant agreed with his assistant because the young master was indeed unlike his serious father, and this was precisely what made him all the more interesting. Raphael was very interested to see how Noct, as the new owner of these lands, would decorate and renovate his house. A month had passed since Noct began rebuilding the estate, and thanks to his joint efforts with Mare, he had solved the food problem. Noct used his earth magic abilities and skills to rebuild the walls and protect the estate. Therefore, Raphael promised to continue trading with him. The young master began to think about his next step. During the settlement's development, Noct's objective was to supplement the severely understaffed workforce in the area. Mare reported that the merchant Raphael was approaching, his face beaming with joy, and with him were new people who would be coming to settle. Noct asked Raphael for help with this matter. To do so, Noct used his gem enhancement skill, and half of the profits from the transaction would be given to Raphael as compensation. Raphael was delighted with the agreement, though the young master decided not to abuse the power of his skill. Noct was overjoyed by the situation and declared that the revival of the estate could now be considered complete. Noct hoped that when things got better, he would finally be able to rest comfortably and sleep as much as he wished. Noct met Raphael without greeting him, then inquired about his well-being. The merchant Raphael said he had brought 4 migrants, and as usual, asked his assistant Pico to perform a drum display to announce it. Noct was surprised and wondered if the merchant intended to pull the migrants out of his suitcase. However, Raphael took out a special gift from the capital and gave it to the young master. At that moment, more migrants stepped out of the vehicle, and Noct was utterly surprised to see that they were real people. Beastmen. Raphael explained that there was no need to worry, as these beastmen were not former slaves. Noct replied that regardless, these beastmen still suffered discrimination and unfair condemnation. Though unspoken, their eyes were filled with sadness. This clearly showed what they had endured in the past. Noct welcomed the new residents and asked their names. The older woman introduced herself as Olivia. The little girl, feeling shy, called herself Cuckoo. Noct explained that he owned the land and was happy to meet them. Another immigrant said that Noct was too small and young to be a lord. There were 2 migrants, and judging from their conversation, Noct guessed they were relatives. Because of their height, Noct thought they were children and suggested they come down immediately, as it was too dangerous up there. The migrants immediately jumped out of the vehicle, and Noct realized they were indeed dwarves. Despite their small stature, they were fully grown adults. The dwarves explained that they hadn't been adults for long. They were only 121 years old. This year, the dwarves have named themselves Rog and Jiyama. Noct was surprised to see the ground beneath their feet collapse as they jumped out of the car. Olivia became angry and said that their weight was perfectly normal for their age. Joseph immediately reminded the young man that he shouldn't use such impolite language when speaking about girls and shouldn't forget proper etiquette. Noct immediately apologized for his oversight and promised not to do it again. Olivia explained that their weapons were actually too heavy, which caused the impact on the ground. The merchant Raphael said that, in fact, there were quite a few such people in the capital. The dwarves wanted to migrate to this land, but their families were involved in the construction of the capital tower, and they were first-class carpenters who would help in the construction of the land. Noct greatly admired the dwarves' abilities, as the light tower was truly impressive. The young lord wondered why such top-tier craftsmen would come to live on his land. Olivia calmed down her noisy older brother. Olivia explained that they simply wanted to see the world around them, so they decided to leave the capital. Noct still didn't understand the true reason for the dwarf family's arrival, but one thing was clear. They truly had their own motives, and thanks to their abilities, the dwarf family would be able to restore the houses on the estate and improve the settlement. The young man admitted that he had seen the capital tower before, and indeed, it was very tall and beautiful. The dwarves said they could also build small structures, and all their work was a sacred act that they gladly performed. The young master was surprised to see these small people carrying such enormous weapons and realized that they truly loved big things. Rog said that the design of the capital tower was developed by his sister, and then he asked everyone to see the model that was used to build the tower. Noct was surprised by the quality of the model's design because it looked so perfect. Noct noticed that Olivia was very happy, and he decided that this was a great sign for future cooperation. The young master admitted that he was truly impressed seeing the capital tower in person, as he had never seen such a huge and impressive structure before. Then, Noct noticed Olivia's expression change slightly, but he didn't know what had caused her to react that way. The young master said he truly admired how it was possible to create such a massive tower using such an accurate model. Olivia irritably demanded that they stop talking about it. Noct realized how easily she got angry and promised not to bring up the topic again. The young master then thanked all the new residents once again for choosing to continue their lives with him. Noct said he wanted to begin by explaining the situation and the guarantees he offered. The young master promised to provide each resident with enough food for 3 months, housing and land to work on, and 5 tickets for outdoor bathing. Olivia asked for clarification on what the food supply meant. Noct replied that this wasn't a problem for him, and immediately demonstrated his enhanced abilities. The young master explained that this was how his skill worked. However, he had to apologize for only being able to provide vegetables from the food source. At this point, Noct noticed the doll's fangs and wondered why they could suddenly move. The little cuckoo girl lunged forward while Noct tried to figure out what she was doing. Then, Noct was surprised to see Cuckoo's strength, because she can easily pull vegetables from the ground. Cuckoo asked the young master if he could increase the quantity of these vegetables. Olivia asked Cuckoo to behave more modestly and not do that again, as asking for something from a young master was impolite. Noct said there was no need to worry, and that it was no problem for him at all, then easily increased the amount of vegetables as requested. Cuckoo was delighted, and Noct felt happy that he could please her so much. The cuckoo happily began eating the fruit and enjoying its wonderful taste. Then she called Noct Dad. Olivia quickly apologized for her daughter's behavior and explained that the little girl loved vegetables. Noct secretly thought that she looked very much like a little fox. Olivia admitted that they were truly happy that the landowner was such a kind person. Olivia asked what they could do to repay this favor. The young master explained that the most important thing on his land was that only those who genuinely wanted to work were allowed to work. And there's no point in doing things you don't want to do. And if they like vegetables so much, they could try growing them to satisfy their hobby. Cuckoo exclaimed that she would definitely grow vegetables. Noct thanked the girl for her kind intentions and said he would rely on her in this matter. Dwarfhorn asked his sister what they would have to do. Olivia immediately replied that she would take care of her daily tasks herself. Noct was surprised by this enthusiasm, as he hadn't expected such a reaction. The young master admitted that he genuinely hoped the dwarves would help him rebuild his land. Olivia asked if there was a problem, and she immediately pointed out that Noct himself had said that only those who truly wanted to work would be allowed to work. Noct thought that if the dwarves didn't work for him, it would be detrimental to him, and he couldn't let them be lazy. So he decided he had to act more wisely. He couldn't understand why they would belittle his extraordinary talent, and he couldn't believe they didn't want to work. After all, they needed to create and innovate something, and they shouldn't give up. Olivia told Noct he should stop just talking and trying to convince them. She also reminded him that as the owner of the land, he was fully responsible for his words. Noct was annoyed by this attitude, and Cuckoo told the dwarves that they shouldn't mock their young master. Olivia also reminded her that children shouldn't interrupt adult conversations. Cuckoo refused to back down, saying that if they considered themselves adults, then in this case, they should work for the common good. Olivia replied that it wasn't a bad way to persuade. For a beastman, Cuckoo immediately called the beastman lazy, useless, and a worthless creature. The little girl explained that those who do nothing but receive gifts without contributing anything are merely walking corpses, useless creatures. Olivia quickly intervened and explained to the little girl that it was an extremely rude remark. However, Cuckoo responded that she couldn't tolerate such treatment of her young owner. She felt too tired of just hearing dissenting opinions. Cuckoo constantly talked about the excuses others made every day, because ultimately nothing happens without a reason, and you have to achieve things for yourself. Olivia began to soothe her daughter and asked her to stop saying such things. Eventually, her words had an effect, and Cuckoo said she would work like everyone else. Noct admired the girl's eloquence and praised her success. Noct thanked the dwarves for agreeing to help and explained that there was something he wanted to ask them immediately. Cuckoo replied that the young master didn't want them building a house for him. Noct said that wasn't what he wanted and asked them to come to his father's office. He explained further. Noct notices a crack in the wall and thinks it would be a good idea to repair it, preventing further damage. Cuckoo asks if they're really going to start working even without breakfast. Cuckoo promises to look into it and tells his younger brother he can sleep in for a while. Meanwhile, Beastman asks the young master to leave the office, as his presence only complicates her work. Noct realized that these cracks were truly disturbing him. He was immediately overwhelmed by memories, recalling loved ones who were no longer with him. Noct was delighted to learn that the craftsman who had built the Capitol Tower would be the one to renovate his father's study, as it was the only place that held family memories. After walking around for a bit, he returned to the office and heard a loud noise. He wondered if it was too much noise just to fix a crack, but what he saw in the office surprised him greatly. Noct couldn't understand what was happening. Cuckoo was leaning against the wall, muttering about how things hadn't gone as she'd hoped. Noct couldn't bear the sight of the destruction before his eyes, and he asked what was going on. Cuckoo calmly replied that she hadn't done anything. The wall had collapsed on its own. Father Noct's study has always been a special place for him. It wasn't just his workplace. He'd loved visiting it since he was a child. His father was always delighted when Noct came to visit his study. His father would often suggest Noct sit in his chair for a while. As if he were its owner, Noct would happily reply that the chair was always the softest and most comfortable in the house. His older brother Vishart was always annoyed and reminded him that when he grew up, he would be the one sitting in that chair. His father told his sons that as adults they should help each other in everything, and that Wishart should treat his younger brother with respect. Father Noct's study became a place where all three brothers often spent time. The memories of it always warmed Noct's heart. However, at the moment, Noct couldn't believe what had happened to his father's office. Cuckoo tried to explain that it was all an accident, and her hands were shaking, causing her to miscalculate the force of the impact. Raphael, a merchant, rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion and was horrified by what he saw. Raphael said that some hunters had agreed to join the young master's settlement on the condition that they be provided with accommodation, and if they could convince these hunters, they wouldn't have to worry about meat anymore. Noct wondered what it really was like to be a lord. And whatever kind of person he was, in this position, Noct realized that, as a lord, he couldn't turn his back on his people. He had to understand their strengths and weaknesses and do his best to keep them happy. Noct wondered where Cuckoo had gone in such a hurry, and he was also curious about the actual average weight of dwarves. After searching for a while, Noct found Cuckoo. Noct asked if he could sit next to her. The girl asked if he had come here just to scold her. Noct explained that everyone was actually wrong, including himself, the landowner, who was also prone to making mistakes. Noct asked if Cuckoo's hand was really just trembling. And Cuckoo replied that Noct wasn't stupid enough to believe such a ridiculous excuse. Then the girl admitted that, in truth, she didn't know what to do. Cuckoo felt utterly disheartened. She couldn't do what she needed to with the hammer. And the problem was, she had absolutely no control over her power. The greatest divine achievement for her was building something truly great. And for every dwarf, the ultimate goal in life is to create something outstanding. That's why she left home. Cuckoo explained that she could only create aesthetically pleasing models, and that was the limit of all her abilities and achievements. Noct found this information surprising, and he hadn't even known about it before. However, the owner was genuinely impressed by the model she had built. He then asked if it was possible to make the bridge in the model vibrate a little, as it looked truly stunning. Cuckoo explained that the model is made from sand, but it simulates everything very accurately, just like in reality. Noct realized that Cuckoo liked large-scale projects, as this was a value that dwarves generally held. However, Cuckoo was different from her kind. She preferred creating small models, and simply understanding this was enough. Cuckoo looked at the beautiful sandcastle and agreed that it was indeed strange. The dwarves were different, but this difference wasn't a bad thing. Noct explained that he really wanted to create a place where people could just do what they liked. The owner said that he himself, for example, always wanted to sleep for days on end, although not everyone would enjoy that. Cuckoo was surprised by his confession, and Noct boasted that he could fall asleep in just 3 seconds, and that this was his talent. Cuckoo replied that it was a very questionable talent, and that as a lord, her talent, on the contrary, was far more useful. Cuckoo displayed a model of the house she made down to the smallest detail. The young owner was amazed by the model's beauty, as it could even open windows and doors. Cuckoo boasted that she always pays attention to the smallest details. Noct pondered the possibilities of using his skills, then he decided to surprise the girl and use his item enhancement skill. Cuckoo was extremely surprised when her miniature model transformed into a giant house. Noct congratulated himself for using his object enhancement skill so brilliantly. The young owner explained to Cuckoo that her model could now become a real house. The girl was delighted that someone finally appreciated her abilities. After all, Cuckoo's family had always scolded her for her boring little models. The young master explained to Cuckoo that she could now build a real house, and that she was largely responsible for the work. Cuckoo was delighted and said she would live in the house. Olivia also confirmed that she really liked the house. The interior and decor are amazing. Cuckoo is so happy that this is truly a place where they can do the things they love. As usual, Noct began searching for a bed in his new home. Cuckoo told his brother that it was truly the right decision to come to this land. A few days later, Master Noct decided to enrich his work and began hunting. And so he began hunting. And as Noct chased a rabbit, he thought he had caught it, but at the last minute, he failed. Luce and Greg asked what their master was doing. Noct realized that hunting wasn't his forte and said he would leave it to them. Luce immediately used her enhanced splitting skill, then combined it with her accurate shooting skill. Greg's goal was achieved, and they were able to solve the problem effectively. Luce replied that things hadn't gone exactly as she expected, but the result mattered. Greg reassured his colleague saying that everything was going according to plan. Noct added that this wasn't something a true hunter would do, and praised them for their excellent work. Greg then discovered a beehive, and he used a fireball to kill the aggressive bees. Luce gazed intently at the deer, which happened to be right next to her. Noct admired their skills and said that in this case, he had complete faith in them. Thanks to Julna, Noct's territory became much more beautiful and comfortable in an instant, as they acquired many wonderful new buildings. There were also 2 new residents, both experts in the art of hunting. Luce was a skilled elf, and Greg was a seasoned adventurer. When the hunt was over, they both boasted about a fantastic catch. Thanks to that, everyone could enjoy fresh meat. Noct was overjoyed that he could finally eat meat, something he had been dreaming of for a month and a half. The sight of only vegetables made him feel nauseous. Luce and Greg said they would go home to prepare a delicious meal with fresh meat. This left Noct slightly disappointed, as he had gone hunting with them, hoping they would grill the meat and eat it right away. The young master suggested eating outdoors, as the surrounding scenery was beautiful. Luce agreed, and also took in the scenery. Greg said he would call the other residents for lunch, while Noct suggested Greg stay behind to tend the fire and he would go down to call the others. Once everyone had gathered, Noct was delighted that everyone was busy with interesting and important work, and together they formed a friendly team. The smell of grilled meat was amazing, and Noct wondered if this was the pinnacle of happiness, finding joy in simple things. Mare was starting to get tired of waiting and said that the meat was cooked through and ready to eat. Young Master requested a little more time and used his enhancement ability on the piece of meat. The grilled meat transformed into a very large piece. This moved Joseph so much that he admitted he was willing to follow Noct anywhere. Everyone was delighted with the enormous amount of meat they could enjoy. Joseph said that he had specially cut the largest piece of meat for his beloved master, Noct, and gave him a gift to thank him for his help. Noct called Joseph the best butler in the world. Noct stared at the piece of meat with a hungry gaze, thinking that he had finally waited for this moment. But suddenly, a hot piece of meat slipped from Noct's hand, and he had no choice but to chase after it. Mare only had time to yell that he didn't need to do that. But Noct was so focused on grabbing the fried meat that he didn't realize he was falling off the cliff. Noct thought that even if he died right then, he wouldn't regret anything. Then, upon landing, the young master realized how unbelievable it was that he felt no pain at all. When Noct hit the ground, the first thing that came to his mind was that he might have fallen into another ravine. But then he realized that reality was quite different, and this place was like some kind of paradise. A giant girl complained that she felt a little itchy. Noct was so surprised he couldn't identify who this giant girl was. All his thoughts revolved around the hot, grilled meat, and that's why he fell off the cliff. But thanks to the collision with the giant girl, he was able to lessen the impact of the fall. Noct didn't understand why this girl was so huge or how she got there. Mary shouted from above, trying to find out if the young master was all right. Then they all saw and shouted that there was a real giant down there. The giant girl saw the grilled meat and exclaimed that it was exactly what she needed. Noct watched with regret as she ate the meat, realizing it would soon be gone. The giant girl said the meat was delicious and she wanted more. The young owner decided he couldn't let her continue like that, otherwise they would have nothing to eat. Noct uses his abilities and grows to the size of the giant girl. The giant girl was surprised and said that Noct was like a bear. Noct asked her not to eat any more of their meat. He explained that everyone should get to enjoy this meat, not just her, but every resident deserved a proper portion. The giant girl apologized and said she didn't know it was their meat. She admitted that she just really wanted to eat it and that the meat was delicious. The giant girl immediately felt anxious, and Noct decided to rectify the situation. He applied his magnification ability and once again made the piece of meat appear enormous. Everyone was delighted with his actions and praised the young owner for his brilliant creativity. Afterward, everyone continued the meal together, and everyone was full. The giant girl asked about an incredibly sweet and delicious liquid. Mare explained that it was a special sauce made from fruit, used to eat with meat. The giant girl knew this was the first time she'd ever eaten such a delicious dish and asked for more sauce. Noct asked her if this was her first time eating meat, what had she eaten before meeting them? The giant girl said she had to eat all sorts of things, sometimes fruit, sometimes animals, and sometimes even monsters. Noct was surprised that she would eat monsters. The merchant Raphael said that the girl came from a family of giants. Raphael explained to the young master that their name spoke for itself, and that giants, according to eyewitness accounts, were very large and brave creatures. Young Master Noct realized that because this girl was a giant, she was absorbed by the local monsters, which means she is unconscious but still protects his territory. The giant girl continued to enjoy her meal and kept asking Noct for more food. The young master didn't refuse and was happy to see the giant girl satisfied. Finally, lunch ended with everyone happy because of the food. Everyone was full and satisfied, but only the young master felt extremely tired. Mare remarked that Noct looked very weary and exhausted. The young master admitted that he really did feel sluggish and had probably overused his abilities. Then, Noct announced that it was time to go home and said goodbye to the giant girl. The giant girl looked sad as she watched the noisy group leave. She didn't want to be alone again because she was tired of loneliness. She told the young master that she wanted to go with them. Noct was surprised by the giant girl's wish and asked if she really wanted to live in his territory. The young master decided that he couldn't take care of this giant girl, and he told her she shouldn't because her family would surely worry about her if she left. She became angry and started shouting that she wanted to go with everyone. Noct was frightened by the giant girl's anger and asked her to calm down. He explained that he had no objection to her living with them, but her size will cause a lot of problems, and he could try to reduce her size a little. Noct asked her to relax and not resist, and eventually everything went smoothly. The giant girl was back to her normal size. Upon arriving at the settlement, she was surprised by the quality of life of the residents. Noct explained that everything was owned by large and small families. She was delighted with the new feeling and acknowledged that being small was wonderful because she could enter any house. Noct pondered after bringing the giant girl home following the barbecue. He couldn't be sure if he'd done the right thing and what would happen to her family. Noct also noticed that when he used his ability on the girl, there was no resistance like with the slime, perhaps because the girl didn't object to the change. He decided that if he wanted to, he could restore her to her original size without any problem. Then, the young owner admitted he was very tired and would go to sleep. She immediately shouted that she wanted to visit the settlement right away, but Noct said she'd do it tomorrow. Meanwhile, Mare suggested taking a bath to get clean and agreed. Feeling confused and not understanding what they were talking about, she asked, "What is a bath?" Noct woke up unexpectedly in the middle of the night and felt a soft, pleasant sensation in his hand. He thought it was a beautiful pillow and wondered why he had never noticed it before. But when he opened his eyes, Noct realized he was lying next to him. She greeted him naturally, as if nothing had happened. Noct was surprised and tried to remember when this girl had gotten into his bed without his knowledge. However, she was completely relaxed and seemed very happy. Mare greeted young master and said that she had brought him some fresh fruit she had just picked. Noct's guardian was at a loss for words regarding this bizarre situation. Mare was angry and asked if young master would give an explanation for what she had just seen. She was delighted to see the fresh plums. And before Noct could react, the girl dragged him out of the room. Mare's furious shouts rang out from behind as she tried to remind him about his clothes. Noct asked where she was taking him in such a hurry, reminding him of his promise to show her around his estate. When they went outside, they met Olivia and Cuckoo, who happily greeted young master. Noct led Cuckoo on a tour of the vegetable garden. There, the little doll grew many kinds of vegetables, and Cuckoo immediately praised the giant root vegetable that had grown thanks to her efforts. When I first saw this vegetable, I asked what kind of root it was and why it was so white. Noct explained that it wasn't a root at all. The young man was surprised that the giants knew nothing about vegetables. Noct explained that if eaten in moderation, vegetables are delicious and good for health. Cuckoo agreed with Noct and suggested trying the vegetables. She agreed and said she really liked its sweetness. She asked what kind of fruit it was. Cuckoo replied that it wasn't a fruit, but a type of vegetable called daken. She said that Cuckoo's vegetables were delicious, and she was happy to have tried them. The young man praised the little girl, saying it was a well-deserved reward for her efforts. Cuckoo replied that it was exactly what she wanted, as she wanted to grow vegetables with love. Noct asked if she really liked daken that much, since she had eaten it in just a few minutes. The giant girl confessed that she didn't like vegetables, but actually enjoyed eating with others. Cuckoo was no less enthusiastic, and when eating daken, she said she was pleased with its taste. It explains that the true joy of eating is not about eating alone. The young man recalled how hungry the girl must have been. When they first met and he saw her disheveled appearance, Noct also realized that she knew nothing about cooking. The young man wondered if she had been living alone all this time, and he reminded her that her family would be worried. Therefore, it's best not to mention it, as it might upset her. Cuckoo said that in life, anything can happen and there's nothing you can do about it. Then, the young gardener offered her pumpkin to try. But a strange sound interrupted their sweet conversation, instantly putting everyone on alert. The young man asked what that eerie sound was, and if it was Silvermoon's howl. Silvermoon was a wolf. With blood-red eyes and a brilliant silver coat, this wolf was an extremely dangerous inhabitant of the Great Forest. Even so, it shouldn't approach Noct's area under any circumstances. The young man recalled that at this time, the two hunters, Luce and Greg, were outside the settlement. Cuckoo was very frightened and started crying, and hurriedly tried to comfort her, saying that everything would be all right. Then, tell the young man that they need to leave immediately. The young man asked where they were going in such a hurry. She explained that she could smell Greg and Luce and that they were somewhere nearby. She also said that she was absolutely certain someone had attacked them. Indeed, not far from here, Greg and Luce are trying to find a way out of a difficult situation, which they are facing. Greg angrily stated that no one had expected a silver moon here, and that they had been incredibly careless. Greg said they needed to find a way to distract the wolf pack and try to retreat to young Master Noct's territory. They shouted that they had finally found them. And indeed, they were being attacked by wolves. Noct sees the pack of wolves attacking and tries to help by using his shrinking ability on the wolves. But surprisingly, this yielded no results, and the wolf fought back as if by magic. Les and Greg launched a fierce counterattack despite being outnumbered. She shouted that she would come to help immediately. After a while, the young man was surprised by the power of Luce, and Greg anxiously asked the boy if he was all right, and he replied that he was fine and they would hurry to help him. She happily said that she could now move around much more easily than when she was giant. Noct replied that it was great news, and he was very happy for her. The young man demanded that the vicious wolves be dealt with so they would no longer disturb his territory, and enthusiastically declared that she would not let a single wolf escape. You can trust her, and she will not let a single wolf get away. Noct yelled that it was time to put an end to this. The giant girl said that these hateful wolves were always watching her, and now it's time to put an end to it all. Suddenly, a pack of wolves shrieked in fear, and they started running away. Young Master said it was unbelievable that the wolves would run away out of fear. She shouted that she had completed Young Master's task and everything was now fine. Noct praised her and said that this was exactly what he expected from his student. She was extremely happy and proud of herself. Les wondered where Silvermoon might have come from. Greg guessed it might have been driven away by the orcs. Noct suspected something might have happened in the forest, and until they found out why, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. He pondered the young master's words and began to look for a way to solve the problem. Noct then said that thanks to his abilities, everything went smoothly this time, so he didn't mind getting some sleep. However, urging the young master not to fall asleep yet, the girl said she knew a place that sold a very delicious fruit. She explained that she had frightened Cuckoo and the others. She wanted to treat everyone to this wonderful fruit. Noct asked her why she suddenly thought of fruit. Back when he was in the forest, Noct said there was a house that looked wild. The giant girl explained that these fruits grew in the garden, and now she was going to bring them over. Noct and the others were surprised by the size of the furniture in the house and realized that settling in here wouldn't be easy. Of course there are chairs, even 3. Noct is referring to the elf girl. The 3 chairs have their own reason. She apologized for keeping everyone waiting and said she had brought the fruit. Noct noticed they looked very much like grapes and asked what they were called. Luce replied that she didn't know the name, only that they were fruit or delicious fruit. Luce admitted that this was the first time she'd seen this type of fruit. Noct tasted it and said it was a little too sweet. He replied that it was actually much tastier. Before Noct decided to try something new and apply a flavor-reducing method to these fruits, he exclaimed that they still tasted the same as before. The young master explained that a larger fruit would have less sweetness, and if the flavor were reduced, they would taste different. Noct admitted that he had never eaten anything like it before, and according to him, it could be used to make excellent wine, as the villa had the right equipment. Noct asked if she would mind experimenting with these fruits, and Cuckoo would be happy to try something new. Thank you, young master, for being here. They didn't have much time together, but she was very happy. She explained that the wolves had always been watching her, but they had never come this close before. And even this time, when she went out to meet them alone, they just ran away. They said something had happened in the forest because she had shrunk, and maybe someone was no longer afraid to enter these lands. Therefore, she decided to stay here to protect the territory. Noct used his magnification ability and returned to his original form. She laughed at how small Noct looked now, but he said it was too big. To be forgiven, I require that I take care of all the inhabitants of the estate. Noct thought that since she had made that decision, it must be for the best. He realized that it was really too sad. And he said that shouldn't be the case. Ask what's going on and why they aren't leaving. Noct explained that if she didn't come back to everyone, Mare would be very angry. Remind them that if she stays with them, it will be dangerous and she might not be able to protect them next time. Noct promised that if danger arose, he would personally protect all the settlers. Ultimately, it was his responsibility as the ruler of the land. Noct told the giant girl not to worry and invited her home with everyone. Burst into tears of happiness, and she thanked Noct for his trust. They shouted that they had forgotten to bring souvenirs and had brought along a bunch of strange berries. Noct immediately reduced their size to make them easier to carry, and everyone was ready to set off. Noct suggested giving the fruit a name since it didn't have one, and ultimately, not having a name was really inconvenient. Since she's the one who found them, she should come up with a name for the fruit. The girl thought for a moment and then exclaimed that she would call it ear. Noct praised the idea of using the syllables from his name, saying it was really convenient. She admitted that she was happy with the name and glad to be around everyone. Mare and Noct quickly decided to plant a real tree. They combined 2 abilities, activate the cells and enhance the items. Mare was pleased with the results and said that with Noct's skills, he could do anything he wanted. The tired guy said that he didn't want to work anymore and needed to rest. Mare admitted that she truly believed they were a perfect match for each other. Noct felt embarrassed by this admission and joked that he needed to check compatibility with other people as well. Meanwhile, Joseph called his master and said he had important news. The loyal housekeeper explained that a tax inspector had visited the estate. Noct wasn't surprised by the visit because he didn't understand the reason. How should we treat the tax inspectors? Mare asked. She assumed they were there to collect taxes. Noct replied that this was likely the case, and that even his father was always unhappy when tax inspectors visited. Joseph explained that landowners had to pay a portion of their profits to the kingdom. Despite knowing about the devastating ORC attack on their estates, they still sent tax inspectors. Joseph stated that the tax inspector's job is to determine the annual tax amount and that they have no right to refuse payment of taxes stipulated by the state. Noct asked Joseph and Mare not to worry. Then the young owner explained. He said he wouldn't pay a single cent for his legally owned land and would try to resolve the issue immediately. Noct greeted the tax inspector with solemnity and asked if the inspector was very tired after his long journey. The young owner then introduced himself formally and explained that he was currently managing the estate. Therefore, he wants to request a tax exemption from the tax authorities for this year because they are focusing on rebuilding after the ORC attack. The tax inspector asked why the lord of the land was bowing his head in shame to the floor and whether he had absolutely no self-respect whatsoever. Nod explained that if it helped protect the peaceful lives of his people, he was willing to make such a sacrifice. Despite his pride, Nock noticed the tax inspector's dirty shoes and offered to have them repaired immediately. The tax inspector admitted that she had heard about the attack on the land and wanted more details about the incident. Nock briefly explained the entire situation, as well as the difficulties they were facing in reclaiming the land. The tax inspector knew that the residents had done a very good job. But she didn't understand some things and wanted clarification on a few points. She asked where the massive walls surrounding the estate came from. Noct explained that those walls were built by all the residents. The inspector asked if this meant the restoration had been successful. Noct agreed with that assessment and added that they weren't ready to export yet. They were currently only meeting their own needs. Nevertheless, in the future, he will certainly consider the possibility of offering unique products from his land. Nock suggested that the tax inspector sample this amazing fruit. The stern girl admitted that it was the first time she had seen anything like it, but at the same time she was very interested in its strange appearance. The tax inspector agreed to try the product and carefully took a bite of the fruit. She commented that the fruit was very sweet and juicy, with a wonderful aftertaste. She felt it helped relieve fatigue and headaches. The girl once again pretended to be a strict tax inspector and continued to listen to the young owner. Noct explained that they were considering growing such fruits and making candy, as well as producing homemade liquor. Tax inspectors were surprised by the prospects of this type of production. After a moment of thought, she said that she was willing to consider the current situation and, for this reason, agreed to exempt the land from taxes this year. Upon parting ways, the tax inspector said she wanted to warn the young employer. The stern girl explained that Noct should be careful, as it's very dangerous when all important matters depend on just one person. Noct thought the girl was right and truly had good judgment. The tax inspector said that a nation that relies solely on the strength of one person will sooner or later be destroyed. Mary said the girl gave the impression of being a scary person, while the young owner disagreed and called the tax inspector a kind person. Noct said it was wrong to rely solely on his skills for everything, because if something happened to him, it would ruin everyone. Although there are now more residents on the estate, if he were to suddenly disappear, the people here would have to fend for themselves without his skills. Joseph replied that Noct had matured too quickly and become a wise man. Now, the young master looked very much like his father. Noct replied that in this way, he could continue to live a peaceful life and sleep for days on end, if he was sure that everyone could do their job well. Noct asked Joseph what he meant by comparing him to his father, but the old butler replied that there was nothing to worry about. After the hunting ban was lifted, and they began producing their own products, we established a stable supply of food, clothing, and housing within the settlement. As a result, the number of inhabitants of the land belonging to the young master Noct also increased. Noct was very pleased with the outcome and happily watched Mare's efforts. Everything went on as usual, and the young owner found an opportunity to do nothing but sleep to satisfy his personal preference. The only one who felt indignant, of course, was the old steward Joseph. Joseph rebuked the young master for always lying on his side in bed after meals, while the number of new residents had increased considerably. As the owner of the estate, he was not setting a good example for his people. Joseph asked what the young master's father would think when he returned home. Noct explained that he had worked hard until lunchtime, so he wasn't exactly lazy. Noct said that he and Mare had worked diligently, and thanks to their combined efforts and abilities, they had developed a new sweet seed. Their mission was to produce the sweetest onions and tomatoes, even without his skills. Currently, the process was in the pollination stage. Joseph listened to the young master's justification and asked him not to lie. Noct confided in Olivia that Joseph didn't trust him at all, and that it was all so cruel to him. Olivia admitted that she felt heartbroken hearing this, and she disagreed with Joseph's point of view. The little cuckoo quickly comforted its owner and called him a good person. Olivia tried a new variety of onions being grown and confirmed that they were indeed very sweet and delicious. Noct was very pleased with this assessment. And once again, he lamented that Joseph couldn't see the results. Olivia comforted her young master for his extraordinary efforts and reassured Noct that everything would be all right. In the next moment, Olivia apologized for acting like a doll in front of her owner and allowed herself to pat Noct on the head. Noct didn't dwell on his feelings and regained his composure. The young owner received a new type of tomato. Olivia and Cuckoo were surprised by the strange appearance of a very familiar vegetable. Noct said that if they felt hungry, he had plenty of other vegetables. Olivia smiled and said that if the young master wanted lunch, she was happy to take care of it. Noct happily looked at the beautiful girl and replied that he was very happy to have lunch with everyone. Noct asked why they were cooking outdoors. Olivia explained that cooking in the sunshine was more pleasant and convenient. Thanks to the fireball, igniting the furnace was done quickly, and the cooking process is significantly shortened. The young owner is looking forward to eating home-cooked meals. Because he was really hungry, Noct decided to lie down so as not to disturb the skilled cooks. A nap accompanied by the sounds of food being prepared seemed like a great idea to Noct. Moreover, he could eat right after waking up. While enjoying the comfort of his lying position, he suddenly heard someone running towards him very quickly. She appeared immediately and confessed that she had smelled Noct. Behind them were the merchant Raphael and his assistant. Raphael suggested that Noct should not repeat this incident, but the young master reminded him that this had to be their secret. Soon the dwarves appeared, shouting that they were very hungry. Olivia was delighted by the lively crowd and made a Napoleon pie from sweet onions and tomatoes. Everyone was delighted with the home-cooked food, and a real food festival began. Noct thoroughly enjoyed the new dish and praised Olivia for her talent and creativity in cooking. Even Joseph admitted that achieving this flavor with only onions and tomatoes was an incredibly impressive feat. Olivia told the grumpy butler that she was delighted he liked her cooking. Olivia explained that the vegetables were invented by the young master and that she only used them in the kitchen. She also explained that these vegetables were grown without using Noct's skills, and now everyone could safely grow these unique vegetables in their gardens. Joseph only then realized that the young master wasn't deceiving him, but was genuinely trying to do something useful. Joseph said that the new variety of tomatoes and onions was very delicious and unusual. The old butler apologized to his young master for the words he had spoken that morning. Noct looked surprised and said he didn't remember anything happening this morning. Olivia said she really enjoyed the lively and cheerful atmosphere because everyone was together and enjoying the simple things. Noct noticed with a touch of regret that there used to be so many more people under his father's rule. Olivia told him not to be sad and said that she had traveled to many different places and could compare. Because of frequent travel, Cuckoo had become very shy, but when they arrived at this place, everything had changed. Finally, they found a place where they could breathe deeply and feel free. Olivia admitted that she was extremely happy to be here, and all the residents of the settlement were incredibly grateful to the young owner for his efforts and care. The young owner, on the other hand, thought that he was actually the one who needed to thank everyone around him. Noct decided that he would pray for the happiness of his people. He would also do everything in his power to ensure that the horrific story of the destruction of his land would never be repeated. Suddenly, the hunters appeared and reported some disturbing news. After examining the traces of the orcs, the young master said it must have been a reconnaissance mission. Based on the tracks, the orc vanguard stopped here and turned back. The young owner realized that this might indicate his brother and father could not have survived. He immediately recalled his conversation with Joseph, when he was convinced that his father and brother were still alive. and Joseph hadn't insisted on convincing him otherwise. Noct realized that history was repeating itself, and the orcs were once again closing in on his land. The young owner thought he couldn't avoid the orc attack on his land. And now he has to decide what to do, because this is the first time he's faced this problem alone. Noct wondered what his father and older brother would do in this situation. Joseph said that if the orcs were there to scout, it was a sure sign that an attack was imminent. Mare asked if the orcs could think and plan like that. The hunter Luz replied that she had discovered very strange, small footprints of the orc scouts. She explained that orcs are divided into many types and have a leader who possesses exceptional intelligence. The strangest type of orc is usually a general, but above the general is the king. And it's highly likely they are facing a general who can orchestrate a perfect attack. She said that orcs are truly terrifying creatures, and that she had witnessed orcs eating animals at the same time, even carrying children and biting into raw meat. She couldn't believe that orcs were truly barbaric creatures who wouldn't spare anyone. He asked if the orcs had attacked the young master before, and the butler answered his question, saying that the last attack was terrible. She cried out that she was furious and vowed to destroy any orcs that dared approach her young mistress. Noct hurried to calm the angry giant and asked her what she would do. She replied that she would use her powers and show her master how. Greg, worried about Noct, urged her to calm down immediately and not do that. The hunter. Greg explained that all decisions had to be made by the young master Noct. Mare feared for Noct and hastily activated the cells to heal him. The young owner said that people should decide for themselves whether they would stay in the city or leave the settlement to seek salvation. Noct realized that he couldn't give orders like his brother or father, but the soldiers still supported him and asked about the defense plan. Mare said that everyone is waiting for the owner's decision and is ready to support him in any situation. Noct remembered his father's admonition to protect his people. The young master decided that he had to defend his land. Noct says he can't do anything alone and asks for help to protect their shared home. Together, we must protect our families, Noct said. All the residents listened to the owner's plea and decided to join forces for a common goal. Go meet Noct. The young owner asked her if she really wanted more meat, since she'd just finished eating. The girl replied that it wasn't the reason she had come. She asked Noct to make her grow up again. She explained that in this situation, she would be much stronger and able to defend the settlement more effectively. Noct said that was wonderful, then asked if she was sure of her decision and if she was willing to defend his estate along with the others. He said that this was a very important mission, and the most important thing was that everyone survived and stayed healthy. And she wanted to be a part of it. So she requested that it be rebuilt on a larger scale for the benefit of the remaining residents. Young Master admired the girl's aspirations and praised her highly. Noct then used his ability to magnify objects and transformed back into his giant form. Noct requires taking care of the walls, defending, and being cautious. Mare requested that she grow larger so she could fight like the young master. But the young master replied that this wasn't the best idea. After all, Mare wouldn't be able to properly control her body when she became large, and this wasn't her natural state. Meanwhile, the giant girl had completed all her defensive preparations and wondered if she could protect young Master. Soon after, a loud noise was heard nearby, and young Master said that the orcs were close to arriving. Indeed, just a few minutes later, the first brutal orc armies emerged from the forest. The most worrying thing was that there was a giant monster leading the orcs. The merchant Raphael was startled and asked what it could be. The inhabitants of the settlement began to panic upon seeing the strange monster. Shouts were heard claiming that the orc general had personally led the attack. At that moment, young Master remembered his father and older brother. This filled him with rage and a burning desire for revenge. Because the orc's massive body was draped with his missing brother's sword and his father's cloak, Noct realized that the orc king himself was approaching his land. Merchant Raphael confirmed that it was indeed the orc king, a monster and simultaneously a supreme being with divine intelligence and protection. They realized they had been wrong and underestimated the threat. No one could have imagined such a monster would appear here. Young Master Noct said that he had actually predicted this event. Now everything became clear to him. Why hadn't Noct's brother and father returned? Raphael's young assistant quickly counted the approaching orcs, and very quickly she counted over 500 enemies, while the defenders numbered only 28. Young Master Noct said that there was no need to fight all the orcs. What they needed to do was kill the Orc King. This would demoralize the remaining orcs and prevent them from attacking the city further. Noct exclaimed that this time they would surely win, and he will accomplish that without anyone having to sacrifice their life, because everyone's life is precious to him. Noct said that everything had gone smoothly so far, because the Orc King had come near them on his own accord. Young Master Noct warns that things may not go as smoothly as he expects, but they must work together according to plan and delay the Orc King for a while. Next, Noct was surprised and saddened to see the Orc King destroy the defensive fortifications with a single blow. The merchant Raphael exclaimed, "The orcs are preparing to attack through a gap in the defenses." Noct shouted that he now had complete faith in Bertna. The giantess replied that she was ready to do everything in her power. Young Master Noct thought that there were indeed many orcs, and it would be very difficult to withstand such an attack. Noct then exclaimed that everything would be all right and that they had a backup plan. In defense, a sharp trap would make it easier for them to deal with the enemy. However, subsequent events left the young master very disappointed. Under the brilliant command of the Orc King, his army found an effective way to bypass the trap. Noct realized that orcs alone weren't too dangerous, but now there was someone who could effectively command them. At this point, the orcs were like real ants, acting in perfect harmony in every situation. Noct decided that even in this situation, he would not leave his home. He would rather die than flee. Greg realized the complexity of the situation. Olivia shouted, asking what they had to do now. Olivia called Noct and threw him a small bag. The young master initially didn't understand Olivia's meaning, but the realization came quickly, and he decided to do everything he could. Noct placed the miniature models that Olivia had created outside and prepared to face the orcs. Joseph didn't understand what was happening and exclaimed, "Why is the young master kneeling before the orcs?" But at that moment, Noct used his item enhancement ability. In an instant, the defensive structures became a veritable barrier, halting the orcs' advance. Olivia screamed. Olivia said she could create as many dummy models as she wanted, and Noct ordered Olivia to continue. At this point, Mary called all the victims to her for assistance. She also instructed the young master to retreat and move to a safe location. Mare exclaimed that if anything happened to the young master, even victory would be meaningless. Noct agreed with Mare and decided to follow her advice. But then the young master remembered how he used to avoid difficulties and was protected by Mare. Noct realized that he couldn't do that anymore. And now, it's his turn to become the protector of his people. The young master used his magic against the orcs, and he shouted that the villagers should not be considered less valuable than their master. Mary stood frozen in surprise as a Noct charged towards the orcs. Noct extends his sword only during the strike, and thanks to this trick, he can maintain his balance. But this also gives him an incredible boost to the power of his blow. The merchant Raphael noticed that the young master had expended a great deal of effort applying his skills to complex tasks. Yet he could still wield an ordinary sword effectively with minimal effort. He achieved maximum efficiency, and it turned out that Noct had completely mastered his rare skill. Joseph admired the young master's efforts in defending his home, while the small merchant's assistant kept reporting the remaining number of orcs. At this point, she could only count 84 monsters. Young Master Noct was delighted with this result and shouted that they would surely repel the attack. Noct then realized that he also had to defeat the main monster, the Orc King, and this is a much more difficult task than that of the average stupid orc. Mary screamed in panic, trying to warn the young master of the impending danger. But there was no time to react to the Orc King's swift attack, and he missed a heavy blow to the stomach. Seeing this, she shouted that she would definitely help. The giant girl immediately rushed to save her young master. But the troublesome orcs tried to stop her. At that moment, she saw the Orc King himself approaching. In her final moments, the giantess tried to shield herself from the Orc King's attack. Unfortunately, she was powerless against that terrifying force. With his last ounce of strength, the young master used his item enhancement skill to make his sword enormous. In a desperate attempt, he tried to strike down the Orc King with the tip of his sword. The young master thought it must be a joke. The young master thought, how could he possibly break a steel sword with just one forceful thrust? But it happened. The Orc King attacked the young master with a furious roar. The young master felt the monster's hideous claws on his body and screamed in pain. The merchant Raphael shouted that the Orc King was bullying his young master. The young master felt like he was about to lose consciousness from the pain. His body was overwhelmed with unbearable fatigue. He really just wanted to sleep and not think about anything anymore. As his consciousness faded, the young master wanted to believe that he had done everything everyone expected. The only thing the young master regretted was never being able to get his father's cloak back. He recalled sitting beside his father as a child, listening to him tell a bedtime story. This story was about monsters that every man should know about. His father told him about a very rare plant called cassila, whose pollen could cause hallucinations, and that this plant actually ate all living things, from humans to animals. However, if you watered the plant, it would become harmless. Then his father asked him what the greatest weakness of ORCs was. The small, obedient boy replied that orcs were extremely afraid of fire. His father praised his excellent memory and knowledge. Then, his father's familiar voice rang out, saying it was time to wake up. The young master didn't understand what his father wanted, but an inexplicable force pulled him back to reality. When he opened his eyes, he found himself locked in a fierce battle with the Orc King. An excited mare shouted that she was so happy her master was still alive and trying to help him. The young master wondered what he was doing at that moment. How anyone could sleep in such a terrible place. After regaining his composure and gathering his remaining strength, the young master decided that he could only sleep when all his work was done. Immediately, he created a fireball and prepared to attack. The young master thanked his father and older brother for helping him remember something important, because now he understood who he truly was. He unleashed the fireball and simultaneously applied an item enhancement skill to it. The young master shouted that he was the pet of the fire god and a true fire mage. Everyone watching was extremely surprised. The orcs felt an intense fear before the enormous flames. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the settlement felt hopeful. Now that they could defeat the orcs, the young master continued to increase the size of the flames, and suddenly, the Orc King turned around and began to run away in panic. The merchant Raphael excitedly shouted that the Orc King was about to flee into the forest. But that wouldn't happen. The Orc King felt something sharp pierce his leg and roared in pain. Feeling satisfied with herself, she said she was only returning a favor. The Orc King decided to launch another attack to break the people's resistance. To accomplish this, he decided to gather all remaining forces and, at the same time, use the remaining orcs to defend himself. Joseph said that the Orc King was too clever for a monster, because he had arranged such a protective shield for himself. Olivia called the monster a scoundrel. The young master continued to enlarge the fireball. The Orc King decided to mock him and began showing off his father's cloak. Noda felt a surge of rage. Noct knew for sure that his father and older brother had probably died at the hands of this giant monster. Then the Orc King decided to attack the young master and threw his brother's sword at him. Mare realized the threat Noct was facing and begged him to lower his hand immediately. But the young master decided that if he gave up now, his entire plan would be ruined. But at the last moment, Noct pulled one hand away from the sharp blade and managed to catch the fireball with his other hand. Noct realized that now is the time to act, and he threw a fireball at the orcs. In the final moments of his life, the Orc King felt the unbearable heat of the raging fire and was unable to utter a sound. The inhabitants of the settlement rejoiced at what they saw. as the Orc King was completely destroyed by the fireball, and the threat was no more. The young master felt completely exhausted and very weak. His legs had no strength left. And the last thing he saw before passing out was someone rushing towards him. As Noct gradually regained consciousness, the young master wondered what had happened and how he had fainted. Noct concentrated his thoughts and realized that the loyal mare was right beside him. The girl had tried her best, applying her cell activation skills. Mare wanted to help restore her master's strength and had done everything she could. Finally, Mare noticed that Noct had woken up and felt relieved. The young master asked her, "How long have I been asleep?" Immediately, the butler Joseph appeared and asked what was really wrong with Noct. When the young master realized he had slept for 3 days straight, he was surprised because he hadn't noticed it at all. Noct thought he was a true genius in his dreams, having achieved such a record. Joseph explained that while Noct slept, Mary continued to use her cell repair skills. Throughout that time, the loyal maid said that their master needed his hair styled, and Noct advised the girl to rest because she had expended so much energy. But the girl said she was fine, and Noct saw the maid applying her self-healing skills. Mare exclaimed that since she was the master's maid, the job had only just begun. Noct agreed and said that if so, Mare owed him lunch for the 3 days she had missed. First, Mare needed to rest. The maid agreed to rest and said that half an hour would be enough. Noct suggested she lie on his bed to regain her strength. Mare immediately fell asleep under the covers, and the young master thanked his loyal maid for all her efforts. The butler, Joseph, asked Noct where he was going. The young master explained that he wanted to check on the people in the settlement. He also needed to find out something important. Cuckoo was very happy to see Noct had woken up and said that he was finally awake. The young master replied that he was fine and had fully recovered, all thanks to Dr. Cuckoo. Cuckoo felt embarrassed, her face flushing at her master's words, and responded that she only really wanted Noct to recover quickly. Luz said that since Noct was well, now was a good time to get some good meat and throw a party. But immediately, it felt like an earthquake had occurred, but it was actually just a giant girl running towards her master. Noct panicked and quickly used his shrinking ability to return to his normal size. The young master apologized to the girl for making her wear a uniform that was too big for the past 3 days. But in response, she said she was incredibly hungry the whole time, and dreaming of delicious meat, Noct quickly reassured the girl and added the first few drops of sweet onion to soothe her hunger. The giant girl began greedily devouring vegetables and apologized for being too weak in the battle with the orcs. But Noct replied that she was completely wrong. If she hadn't been there at the time, he would have died at the hands of the Orc King. Noct then asked where she was now. With the help of Name, Noct arranged for the graves of his father and brother to be prepared as a sign of respect. Noct thanks his deceased loved ones for their care and support. Then he carefully and thoughtfully decorated the graves with belongings of his father and older brother. Noct, in his spirit, apologized to his father for what had happened. After all, he had been weak since childhood, unable to help his family sooner and save the settlement from destruction. Noct recalled that he had never seen his father rest since he was a child, and his father always refused to let his older brother sleep with him when he felt lonely. Young Master decided that now he had to do his best for his family and for all the residents of his settlement. That was exactly what his father wanted. Noct realizes that he carries within him the blood of someone whom everyone loves and respects, and he will become such a person, a worthy protector and lord of this land. Afterward, a proper ceremony was held to honor the perfect victory of our beloved Lord Noct and the successful restoration of the settlement. Merchant Raphael said he was delighted that everything had ended well. After all, despite everything, they had defeated the strongest orc, and now there was almost no threat left in the forest. Young Master replied that it was all thanks to his own efforts, including the help of the merchant Raphael. The merchant Raphael said that now that everything was completely safe, they just needed to proceed with their plan. Pico's young assistant raised his glass solemnly, and Raphael suggested opening the shop immediately. Noct was surprised to receive an unexpected offer from the merchant Raphael and asked why he had decided to open a shop in his settlement. Raphael explained that thanks to Noct's efforts, the land was now full of trading opportunities, and so he was willing to develop an organized commercial system in the city. The young master thought he had done well, but then he realized that it wouldn't be easy to eliminate the new anxieties for his settlement. Therefore, he decided he had to work even harder to make his father and brother proud of him. Eventually, Noct was surrounded by all the inhabitants of the city. He said that now they should record the history of the opening of the first store he owned. Immediately, discussions began about which store location would be most logical. Cuckoo said they urgently needed a pub because alcohol was the cure for all problems. Cuckoo began to offer his opinion, and the young man thought there was some truth in it. Noct recalled the days before he lost his job, when he would often get drunk, collapse onto his bed, exhausted, and quickly fall into a sweet sleep. That feeling of absolute peace was wonderful. Luz disagreed, saying that their settlement needed to build a farm first, so they could catch rare and delicious animals and start raising them. Because if there was enough meat, all the residents would be happy. The young man decided that Luz was right, because eating delicious food and getting a good night's sleep were both very appealing. Noct wondered which option was actually the best for getting a good night's sleep. He thought he really wanted to wake up and see a beautiful maid. At the same time, he wanted to enjoy a delicious and nutritious breakfast. This idea came to him thanks to his vivid imagination. The young master decided that they would open a luxurious inn in his settlement. Joseph was surprised and asked why Noct had made such a strange decision. Immediately, heated debates erupted, with everyone insisting on defending their own project for a new business venture in the city. The little cuckoo unexpectedly declared that all of humanity's wise desires would be aided by the invisible hand of the gods. Noct pondered the fox girl's words, and another project idea popped into his head. The young man thanked the cuckoo for the great suggestion. The young heir decided that his first establishment in the city would be the best retail store, a decision that surprised everyone and left them silent for a moment. Cuckoo thought the idea was too simplistic, while the hunter Luz wondered if it would actually be useful. Olivia mentioned that they could buy anything from the merchant Raphael, while the hunter Luz insisted that they had nothing to sell because they regularly shared food with each other. The young man explained that he didn't mean it that way. Instead, he wanted to start circulating gold coins in the city. He gave the example that Luz could bring the spoils to the shop to sell and make a profit, while the shop would supply meat to those in need. This would create a stable economy. In other words, these assets would return to the old financial system. The system was set up before the ORC army attacked. Joseph agreed that it would be good if the old days returned and everything was as it used to be. Noct declared that everyone would work together to restore a free market to their city. The young master said that they would trade unique goods, and in doing so, would enhance the attractiveness of the settlement. In the future, merchants from neighboring lands would gradually come to them, pouring more gold into their economy. If necessary, they will build a fine hotel, and in that hotel, on the first floor, they can set up a restaurant where the food will be prepared from unique products that cannot be found anywhere else. Noct also stated that he wants to organize a fair distribution of profits among everyone, and that everything they have earned so far will be divided equally. The young master explained that they had certainly done very well in the fields, but now they also had carpenters, hunters, and cooks, and they had all become true masters in their respective trades. If everyone uses their skills together, they will surely achieve great results. And after earning a lot of money, they will be able to apply land tax. Cuckoo was unhappy and asked why they needed land tax. Noct reiterated that they had been able to avoid the tax this year, but next year they will have to pay their expenses. Without this tax, they will not be able to live together and prosper further. Therefore, to protect their homes and land, they all need to restore a stable economy as soon as possible. Noct noticed the confused looks on the residents' faces, and he asked if anyone wanted to join. Little Cuckoo asked if they couldn't eat together right now. Noct replied that wasn't the case and they could do it at any convenient time. Olivia's brother asked her to build a pub, just like they had wanted, but Olivia replied that she wasn't sure she could handle it alone. Noct recalled Olivia running away from her family and being humiliated because of her desires. The hunter Luz also reminded them that they didn't have enough money to spend on unnecessary things. At this point, the young man realized that it was crucial to have some startup capital. Noct turned to the merchant Raphael and said that now was the time for their business. Raphael replied that he had waited a long time to hear this. Young Noct pulled out a jingling wad of money and explained to his astonished friends that he had received it all as a small favor from the merchant Raphael. Raphael reiterated with satisfaction that there were 50 million rubles in there, and that was enough for many things. The young heir Noct said that each person would receive 1 million rubles as a gift. And as he said at the beginning, everyone has more than enough money to pursue all the ideas they desire. Noct also said that if anyone suddenly needs anything, they can come to him for help, and he is committed to providing full support in all cases. Cuckoo looked at the money and started dreaming of owning his own pub. The young master reminded them that each resident of his territory came to live with him for one reason or another, and each had their own goals, and some might even know what they were running away from. Throughout this time, they have strived to make today a better day, and together they have been able to repel the attack of a despicable horde of orcs. Unlike many others, they have all endured much hardship and suffering. Therefore, they all became much stronger. Each resident deserved their million, and although this was a large sum of money, they all truly deserved it. Little Cuckoo shouted that the free market was wonderful, and Luce agreed that it was an extremely lucrative business, as everyone sees now. Young Noct thanked Raphael for his help, and said that normally, he would never have been able to do it on his own. Noct was overjoyed that he was still able to convince his friends of the correctness of his decision. The young heir declared that, starting today, he would declare his territory a free market zone. Young Master Noct went on to say that there was only one thing left to do: decide where to start construction. Cuckoo requested to see a map of Noct's territory. Cuckoo had prepared a very detailed map. And indeed, this map is of excellent quality. Noct says that he now understands his territory well. Cuckoo advised him to study carefully, as knowing his territory well was very important. Noct thought he was very happy to have had the opportunity to visit the capital. Although he didn't intend to replicate the exact structure of the capital, knowing an example was very useful. Noct decided that he would build his city from scratch. The young man declared that they would do it together and dedicate all their love to it. Noct pointed to a spot on the map and said it would be a great place to start. However, Cuckoo objected, saying it looked too small. Cuckoo asks why Noct drew the project on such a small scale, like a poor person's drawing. Cuckoo also expresses anger that all these areas are so far from her home. Noct thought that if the area where the first field had been built was still vacant, then it would be the best option for development. However, Noct chose a different location. Cuckoo admitted that it was perfect, but then Noct exclaimed that it wasn't suitable. Noct explained that the location was too far from Cuckoo's home, and therefore, Cuckoo would have to travel too far. The young heir began exploring different career paths, but each time, Noct became increasingly disappointed with his choices. While what seemed convenient now might become problematic in the future, Noct admitted that it was difficult for him to make the right decision. After much deliberation, Noct remained hesitant and uncertain about his choice. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and presented his own construction proposal. Noct was surprised because this was his first decision. The young master asked the stranger who he was, but the man didn't answer and just left, surprising Noct. However, Pico explained that this person was a new resident of Runner City and that he wasn't dangerous, although he seemed a little strange. Pico also stated that Runner will be a new employee at Raphael's branch. Noct said that Raphael would open his shop here and promised to promote the NCTA settlement well. At the same time, Pico will become a key figure in the store and will take on the role of manager. Noct was surprised by this assignment, and he asked Runner if he was sure because he was older and more experienced. But Runner replied that he didn't care. Runner stated that a businessman's primary ability is to sell well, and of course, he possesses unique knowledge, even though he has never sold anything before. The young heir Noct thought it was probably because of Runner's intimidating appearance. Noct went on to ask why Runner had chosen this particular construction site as the best location. Runner explained that the main goal of opening the store was to choose a location where many people would gather, and he chose a place that both locals and tourists frequent. Gunner said that Noct had initially wanted to choose this location, and Noct agreed. Cuckoo, however, thought the spot was too shallow. Gunner then stated that he wanted to recreate a city that resembled the capital, so he didn't want to focus solely on current plans but needed to think carefully about the future. Gunner explained that the capital city was also built over many years, and only after several decades did it become what it is today. Therefore, it is important for all residents to address current problems and concerns first, before considering anything else. The young man agreed with Gunner's opinion and replied that he had already made his decision. Noct thought that Runner was only truly frightening in appearance, but his words were also full of wisdom and meaning. Noct said that if the development was successful, they would need to prepare for major changes in the settlement. Although this is not an easy task and will require a lot of effort, Runner says there's no need to overcomplicate things. Noct possesses a remarkable skill he learned from Raphael. Runner explains that if you can shrink a completed building, it will be easy to move it anywhere. Noct realizes that this person is absolutely right, and this is a brilliant solution. This would easily solve Perestroka's problem. Noct thought it reminded him of a typical video game from his past life. The young man realized that although Runner wasn't outwardly attractive, he was very reliable and full of good ideas. At the same time, Pico was less hopeful because of her impulsive personality, but she's very charming, and that's her main characteristic. So the two complement each other perfectly and would make a great team. Noct said that now that he could easily move any building in the city with the help of shrinking, he had an ideal location for his first shop. The young man explained that he would simply move the field to the west, and they would build the first shop there instead. After all, the field couldn't be completely abandoned, as it provided plenty of food. Noct used his shrinking ability, and he presented the field as a single block. Then, the young man carefully took the field and moved it to a new location, and then enlarged it back to its original size. The result was amazing. Noct realized that the object was very simple. He had used very little magical energy and could do so many times without any consequences. Before long, the store was built using arrangement and zooming skills. And Noct enjoyed looking at the results of his work. Cuckoo asks if Noct has opened his shop yet. Noct doesn't want to be the first customer. Pico gives the young man goods for free as a sign that she is the first customer. The carrots were really delicious, and Cuckoo admitted that she'd put a lot of effort into growing them. Noct realized that the business would get better. When Raphael has a need for Cuckoo's vegetables, and thanks to the established cycle of goods, her settlement will soon attract many visitors who will be willing to leave their coins in exchange for the delicious produce. The young man said that all of this is called building a good economy. Cuckoo promises to do its best to provide enough delicious vegetables for the store and everyone. Noct is pleased to announce that its first small store in the city will officially open. Although currently only local residents visit, the shop has become very popular. Under normal conditions, this breeding method would take at least 10 years, but thanks to Noct's skill and Cuckoo's abilities, they completed a journey spanning dozens of generations in just 7 days. They have succeeded in reproducing a wide range of products and establishing a robust and stable production system. Merchant Raphael shared that even in the capital, it was impossible to find vegetables with such high sugar content. He promised to sell a batch at a very good price. Noct thanked him and wished him good luck. Noct suggested that there would be a large influx of new visitors in the coming days. Along with merchants who wanted to buy their unique products, Noct decided that this was the perfect time to execute his plan, because his dream was to build a beautiful hotel. Cuckoo asks if Noct has been trying all this time just for the hotel. Noct explains that if they had built the hotel from the beginning, the butler Joseph would have been very upset and resentful. But now he can't object, and the hotel will be very useful. Noct explained that what he really meant was that it would be very difficult to make progress in the free market. Noct reminded her that he would support Cuckoo in all her endeavors. Then, Noct said he had something to tell Cuckoo. Noct explained that he wanted Cuckoo's help in building a beautiful building. Cuckoo reminded her that she was a dwarf and that dwarves usually build houses, not complex structures. However, Cuckoo says she is a special representative of her people and that if she wanted to, she could create anything. Cuckoo is committed to making furniture as well because she's confident she's the best in that field. Noct replied that he knew that very well. Cuckoo understood Noct's abilities and suggested that he should start an important job. The young master said that the first thing to do was decide who would be in charge of the job. Otherwise, it would be very tiring for him to do the calculations himself, as he needed plenty of time to rest and sleep. After lunch, Cuckoo agreed that Noct would be the worst choice for the role, and that Joseph or Mary would be better appointed. Noct greeted Mare and asked where Joseph was. The servant explained that Joseph was watering the fields. Noct remarked that, unfortunately, Mare lacked the training to perform complex calculations alone, so it would be best to discuss the matter with Joseph. The young master asked his servant if anyone in his area met the requirements and was currently available. Mare replied that she had just prepared such a list, detailing the suitable candidates. Noct became interested and began researching the crucial information. Soon after, Noct decided to visit Olivia, who was delighted to see him unexpectedly. Olivia confessed that she was very happy that Noct had come to her house and asked him to wait a little while she prepared the food. Olivia explained that if Noct had arrived a little earlier, he could have joined them for lunch. Even so, this didn't stop him from eating a little more. Cuckoo said she didn't object. Olivia suggested trying a pie with rare Nankali cheese and a sweet fruit sauce. After taking a bite of the delicious cake, Noct felt a solid sweetness along with a refreshing fruity flavor. This treat was not only pleasing to the stomach, but also to the soul. Olivia asked if Noct really wanted her to be the manager of the new inn. Noct replied that this was the best solution, but only if it wasn't too much trouble for Olivia. Cuckoo said that she would take care of her mother and everything would be fine. Noct asked her what she'd been doing before coming here. Olivia replied that she was simply taking different kinds of medicine. She explained that there were currently no doctors in their area, and if anything went wrong, they couldn't rely solely on Mare's abilities. Therefore, it was best to equip themselves with their own medicine. Olivia admitted that she'd considered opening a pharmacy when she had everything she needed to do so. Noct immediately imagined the beautiful Olivia becoming the local doctor. Noct's blood pressure rose due to his chaotic fantasies, and he felt everyone noticed. Olivia suggested that if Noct needed someone suitable to manage the inn, she could find a suitable candidate and introduce them to Noct. Not long after, Noct met the girls, Fellas and Hannah. Along with their father, the man from the Levy family looked very experienced. Olivia explained that the Levy family had run successful hotels and were the most knowledgeable people in the industry. Levy acknowledged that it had actually been quite a while, even before Hannah was born. Noct said they were excellent candidates and very well suited to take over the first inn on his land. Cuckoo advises against overreacting to the issue of snacks, as the reality is that the only job all hotel staff will be doing is welcoming guests and cleaning rooms. Levy and Noct disagree with Cuckoo's opinion and try to explain that a good hotel is the face of any self-respecting city. Cuckoo decided not to give up and asked who would decide that a particular hotel would become the face of someone's land. Noct explained that everything would be fine, everything would end well, because working, drinking, and traveling during all those events would leave a lasting impression. The last thing they do is stay at the hotel, and it is the hotel that marks the end of a long day for each traveler. Therefore, the quality of a hotel is a reflection of the city in which it is located. Noct realized that Levi was the perfect person to manage the hotel. Mr. Levi has extensive experience and clearly understands how to take over and organize hotel operations immediately. He says that to understand a truly good hotel, the most important thing is service from the heart. Therefore, every guest will surely return to that hotel again. And the most important rooms in the hotel are the bedrooms and the dining area. This is exactly what the owner and Mr. Levy agreed on. Both Levy and Noct were surprised, because their thoughts and desires are exactly the same. However, Noct insisted on prioritizing comfortable bedrooms first, while Levy argued that the most important thing was a fantastic dining room, and that should be the hotel's priority. A heated argument ensued, where neither side was willing to compromise or accept the other's point of view. Ultimately, the young mistress decided that Mr. Levy seemed a little eccentric, but he had been introduced by Olivia, and in this case, she couldn't afford to displease him. Although he couldn't let things remain as they were and needed to prove himself completely right, the young owner was determined to show Levy who was truly in the right when it came to improving the hotel. Noct and Levy decide to hold a contest to find out which of them is right. Joseph said they were doing something very strange again. Levy asked the young master what they were actually going to do in the competition. Noct explained that Cuckoo would be making special models that she would improve upon using her skills. This way, they could create their dream hotel in less than an hour. Noct said that on this piece of paper, he would describe in detail the shape of the ideal hotel he envisioned. Levy replied that it would be very interesting, and he was ready to participate in the competition. The owner exclamation stated that it was necessary to find out, through everyone's judgment, who had the best hotel in the world. An hour later, Noct presented his hotel concept and invited everyone to give their feedback. The owner explained that the layout was exactly as he wanted. Everything was according to his plan, including all the rooms except the reception area. Noct demonstrated the relaxation area. Noct explained that, in his opinion, the relaxation area was ideal for a deep sleep. Levy commented that everything was too monotonous, and that wasn't good. He suggested a change and explained why multi-layered mattresses shouldn't be used. After all, if the mattress had shock-absorbing features, sleeping on it would be much more comfortable. Noct replied that, in fact, people often think that the most important thing in a bed is the mattress, but that's actually a mistake. Mattresses are very fragile and lose their original properties easily. Therefore, the springs that evenly distribute weight are what's important for a good night's sleep. Noct states that these beds have 15 springs, making them very comfortable and durable. Then it was Levy's turn, and he proposed evaluating his hotel design. Levy explained that the interior was divided in half as a bedroom and half as a dining room. Noct found that ridiculous, especially considering the kitchen, where 2/3 of the room's space was used for food preparation, and it no longer resembled a hotel. Levy responded that when people want to rest, they think that simply sleeping is enough, but that's not actually the case. Things need to be viewed from a different perspective. Ultimately, it's crucial that customers have pleasant memories from delicious drinks, food, and relaxing moments after a long, hard day. Only then will they desire to rest and simply sleep. This is the fair distribution of customer desires within the hotel. Levy said that in business there are winners and losers, and the winners get everything they want. Cuckoo said she had made her latest model and surprisingly asked if she wanted to enter the competition. The little girl replied that it didn't matter how good the hotel bed was if guests didn't walk into the hotel and not want to stay overnight. The most important thing was that the hotel had to look like a beautiful castle, attracting tourists. The young owner thought Cuckoo's design looked very impressive. Cuckoo said that Noct would surely sleep soundly and feel refreshed in such a hotel. But Noct honestly doubted he would be able to sleep well in that hotel, as he would certainly tire quickly from moving around in such a large room. Cuckoo was outraged that Noct had immediately rejected her hotel choice. Young Lord declared that they now understood who really had what ideas. Finally, Noct proposed declaring a draw and ending the competition, but Levy and Cuckoo suggested finding out who the winner would be. And the winner would be the one whose hotel had the most residents staying there. At that point, the competition to find the best hotel in the Big Small territory would be considered a success. In the evening, Mayor announced that 12 out of the city's 43 residents had registered at Noct's hotel, while 14 had gone to Levy's hotel to rest. And so far, the competition between the two sides remained fairly evenly matched. Noct thought there was nothing special about his rival's hotel, and he couldn't possibly lose to Levy. Finally, Noct decided to visit his rival to see what the situation was like. Noct was surprised to see that his competitor's hotel was so lively and full of fun. Noct felt indignant, because according to all the rules, one shouldn't eat within 3 hours of going to bed. And he couldn't understand how people could accept such late meals. Noct said it was like a cafe or restaurant, but definitely not a hotel. The young master found all of this completely unacceptable and asked the chef to prepare more food. After a hearty meal, Noct still needed to rest as his eyes were almost closed from exhaustion. Joseph explained that it was because Noct had eaten too much. The young master replied that he had only eaten 1 plate, but Joseph said that he had actually eaten 3. Mare was startled and thought that there might be poison in the food. But the young master replied that this was not the case and the food was perfectly safe. In fact, food itself had a slight impact on his stomach. Some foods are good for digestion, and some are best eaten before bed. Every item on Levy's menu is carefully calculated and thought out, including the seasonings. Mr. Levy had previously stated that in business there are always winners and losers, and he truly thought carefully about every little detail. The new owner of Noct said that Mr. Levy demonstrated his ideal hotel, not only through words, but also through practical actions. And that is why Levy is such a wonderful person. Noct thought for a moment and admitted that he had completely lost the competition. And Mr. Levy's hotel was the perfect place to rest. Then Bertna said she wanted to talk, and she suggested that the two masters should sleep in the same room. Noct thanked Mr. Levy for the wonderful meal and asked if there were any rooms available. Mr. Levy replied that there would certainly be a room for Noct, and he said he would personally lead him to the room. Levy claimed that the mattress on the bed had 15 springs. The hotel owner explained that the first floor was his dining room, while the second and third floors were relaxation areas, all combining to create a true paradise for guests without any drawbacks. Mr. Levy said that he had placed these beds in every room. Noct asked how Mr. Levy managed to win the competition. Levy admitted that looking at the new owner reminded him of himself. Without thinking about profit or loss, he focused solely on ensuring a quality stay for his guests. However, because of this, he created too many problems for the very people he was supposed to protect. He was always foolish to pursue his dreams alone, and to this day, those dreams remain unattainable, wasting all his energy. He exclaimed that it was too late, but Mr. Levy told everyone to be quieter. Because the young master was asleep, his face looked as if he had experienced genuine joy. The young master loves taking baths and thinking about his real work. Noct says the large private outdoor bathtub is a great invention. Mare offered him a new juice she had just invented. Noct was a little embarrassed by the attention and replied that he could have a glass by himself. Mari said that if that were the case, he would be happy to treat Noct to a relaxing massage. Noct felt very happy at that moment and admitted that the surrounding silence made him feel as if time had stopped, and being separated from the hustle and bustle of everyday life was truly wonderful. Noct says that everyone needs to experience this happiness, and everyone deserves time to enjoy the tranquility. Mare reminds Noct that he is not alone. She is right beside him. However, Noct responded that Mare was like the air filling his lungs, bringing him freedom. Then, Noct realized someone was watching him, and soon he recognized it as the giant girl. She yelled that she wanted a bath, too. Noct remembered Joseph's stern warning not to let girls undress without reason. Noct realized Joseph would be angry and furious again. He decided not to get any closer. Noct asked her what she was doing there, if she was hungry again. But she was already standing next to him, and Noct realized he was wrong again. Then, Noct decided to play with the giant girl and threw her a piece of cloth to catch. She tried her best, and Noct praised her for her flexibility. Noct asked why he was sad and didn't want to play. She acted very strangely. She felt a little embarrassed when Mare was standing nearby. But then she explained that she actually wanted to work because she felt very bored. Noct thought this was ridiculous. Then he reminded her that she was already a hunter, as she loved meat and was very good at hunting. The giantess replied that that wasn't enough for her, and she wanted to do something else. Noct said she was a very strange girl, if she really wanted to work harder. She explained that she only wanted to be truly useful to her employer and the community. She asked Noct if he had any suitable jobs for her. Mare, with her quick thinking, promptly came to the aid, and she suggested trying on a maid outfit. Mare admitted that she found it very difficult to move in the outfit, but explained that fashion and work couldn't be combined, and she needed to be more patient with the inconvenience. Noct wondered if there were any costumes for giants, and Mare told her master that one maid would suffice. Noct explained that children often imitate everything they see, so Mare should try doing the job. The giant girl got angry and said she wasn't a child. Noct replied that he understood and there was no need to overreact. She said she would make sure to give Noct a massage like Mare had given him, but Mare got angry and retorted that she wouldn't allow it because only she was the real maid. Then, Mare began teaching Noct the skills of a housekeeper. She explained that first, one needed to master the basic skills of the profession, and that often, to ensure Noct slept peacefully, there needed to be soothing background music. Mare said that Noct should feel like he was sleeping in a forest with fresh air. Noct replied that she understood and would do as she pleased, but the strange, unpleasant sounds kept waking Noct up. Noct got angry and demanded that they stop making a mess around his bed. Mare then explained that she needed to fetch water from the well to water her garden. The giantess promised to bring the water back quickly. Her gardening was terrible. Mare realized she had inadvertently washed away a lot of the seedlings when she hastily splashed water around. Noct eventually had to tell the giant girl that she couldn't handle such delicate work. Then the unbelievable happened. The trees started attacking people. Noct said that Greg's mandrake plant thought it had been attacked and was very angry. Noct urged her to be careful and rushed to help. The giant girl grabbed the evil tree and said she wouldn't let her master get hurt. The tree immediately calmed down and asked if it understood what she said. Greg immediately appeared and apologized for what had happened. Noct responded that Greg shouldn't have let such trees grow. At this moment, she was very upset because her dress had torn while running. The giant girl said that she couldn't work like this anymore. Noct understood what needed to be done and said he had found a suitable job for her. Noct offered her the position of bodyguard because it was the job she did best. Noct explained that this was a profession that required protecting good people from bad people and maintaining order and peace. Therefore, simply put, she would become a trustworthy protector for Noct if she agreed to this offer. She happily exclaimed that she was ready to become a bodyguard for her master. Noct warns the giant girl that she shouldn't act foolishly, as bodyguards must be responsible and serious. Mare confirmed that working as a bodyguard was admirable and served the common good. In response, she said she would be happy to do something useful. Meanwhile, Mare wiped away the scratches on the giant girl's hands with her healing abilities. Noct asked if she was happy with her new role, since she would eventually have to go up the mountain to get meat, and this new job would take up more of her time. She replied that she needed a job where she could spend more time with her employer. Noct felt embarrassed by the giant girl's confession and asked Mare to take care of the rest. Noct once again felt certain that he was behaving like an innocent child. Mare asked where his master was going, and Noct explained that he was just returning to his bed for a good night's sleep. Young Lord Nock thought that perhaps she should learn a little common sense instead of just doing her job. After all, she was still a real child at heart. Although he couldn't be sure whether she was a child or not, since she was a giant and her behavior was unpredictable. Suddenly, Cuckoo appeared, feeling both excited and confused, and she hugged Nock tightly. Nock asked her what was wrong and why she was acting so strangely. The young girl reported that she had experienced a disturbing incident. Nock was shocked by what he heard and decided to look into the matter immediately. The master immediately recalled the strange behavior of his butler Joseph, who had once suggested he use skin cream. The thought sent a shiver down Nock's spine, but he couldn't think of anyone else at the moment. And if it was true, then the act was unforgivable. Cuckoo explained that someone was watching her and that it was definitely a bad guy. Nock yelled that Joseph had gone too far in his manners. However, surprisingly, the person hiding in the bushes wasn't Joseph, but the innkeeper Levy's young daughter, Hannah. Nock asked the girl what she was doing there and why she was hiding from everyone. Hannah confessed that she only wanted to befriend Cuckoo, and that's why she went looking for her. The young master was relieved that this had nothing to do with Joseph. Nock said it was good that Hannah wanted to be friends. Hannah said she didn't have time to talk to Cuckoo because she ran off too fast. Nock explained that there was nothing wrong, Cuckoo was just a little scared. The young master called Cuckoo over and was surprised by the speed she could move. Nock thought that Cuckoo was actually a very shy child, and that it was time for her to get to know other people, as more people were appearing every day. Nock explained that Hannah really wanted to play with them, so she had tried to talk to Cuckoo. Cuckoo replied that she would try to communicate. Nock suggested that the three of them should play something special together. Cuckoo excitedly declared that she was ready to play some fun games. The young master decided it was time to try something new. Nock instructed the girls to stand still and relax. Nock tried applying the shrinking spell to the girls and was surprised by the results when he tried it on Cuckoo. Nock's ability worked well. However, there was some resistance from Hannah. Nock tells Hannah not to worry and not to resist his power. The next attempt was successful, and both girls became much smaller. Cuckoo felt sad about being so small, and Nock promised to make her bigger again, but only later. Nock apologized for scaring the two girls a little and showed them the plum tree. Hannah told her new friend that the plums were very sweet and delicious, and then suggested that Cuckoo try some. Cuckoo replied that his owner's skills were amazing. And Cuckoo explained to Hannah that Nock was a wonderful person. Hannah agreed. Nock suggested starting the game, explaining that there were many interesting things to discover if you looked at the world from a different perspective. Nock realized that the two girls had one thing in common. They were both children. Although their abilities differ, none of that matters. What's important is that they have fun together. After playing with the children, Nock went home to sleep. But when Nock saw himself sleeping in bed, he thought it was a different child. The following morning, the merchant Raphael visited Nock. Joseph said that the young master had worked hard yesterday and felt tired, but he felt Nock looked older than himself. Nock apologized for his appearance and asked why Raphael had arrived so early. The merchant explained that he had found a helpful person who could use magic. Nock was delighted to hear the news, remembering that even in this world, mages were highly respected. They were admired for their extraordinary abilities. Wizards receive blessings from their bloodline or acquire the wisdom to control magic. They absorb knowledge from witchcraft books and are trained at the Academy of Magic to gain the trust of their teachers. Nock knew that he was a descendant of a noble family and that a mage would be very useful to him. Nock decided to welcome the newcomer immediately and quickly changed his clothes. However, he met 3 new people at the same time, Sado, Juno, and Lion. They explained that they were formerly part of the Royal Magic Army. Nock realized that these people must be very experienced and skilled mages to hold such high positions. Sado said that many things have changed in their lives now, so they are looking for a new job. Nock replied that he would be happy to hire new people. Lion reiterated that they were an elite unit, but were still willing to work in the settlement for some time. Noct noticed that Lion was very confused and trembling, so he needed to calm her down. Noct asked what kind of magic they had used in their work. Lion began to explain that they would be going on an expedition to establish an operational base in a certain city. Sato asked her to stop and refrain from saying unnecessary things. Lion and the other witches began to argue, and they condemned the name of their group. But then Lion saw Joseph and felt very confused. Young Lord Noct was delighted to have representatives of the Old Kingdom's magical army on his territory, as their abilities could assist him in his work. The only thing that worried him was Lion's strange reaction to Joseph's butler. The young master asked the group what their specialization was in the magic army when they served. Lion still thought that the person standing in front of her was truly a pervert. Standing right in front of her, she still insisted that they were a group of sorcerers practicing magic. Juno said it wasn't anything to be proud of. Sato replied that it was unavoidable, but they were just digging. Noct was surprised by the girls' mixed reactions and decided they must be very worried about it. The merchant Raphael explained that this group was called Mudbloods, a term used by Earth mages, and that perhaps they wanted to keep this fact secret to avoid misleading others about their abilities. The young master asked the witches if they understood that they were digging in the sand like normal children. Sato replied that it was absolutely not the case, and Noct had misunderstood everything. Noct said that this was actually a good thing, and they were exactly what he needed. The bewildered witches couldn't understand the meaning behind the strange young master. Noct noticed their confusion and explained that the motto of his land was, "Live with what you love and do what you enjoy." The young master said that with their skills and experience, they would be able to do many things that would be helpful to the people in the city. Noct asked if their team could help build and maintain the roads in his territory. Juno thought for a moment and asked if they shouldn't start building the wall first. Noct wondered why they were so interested in the city wall right away. Lion explained that she had inspected all the city walls before entering, and in her opinion, the walls were in extremely poor condition. Sato confirmed that the city's defenses were very weak, and if an attack were to occur, resistance would be difficult, as the walls could collapse at any moment. Juno also said that the walls were like a sheet of paper, useless in the event of a devastating war. Lion said she didn't care who had built the walls, but it was a complete failure. Noct didn't hide it and replied that he was the one who had built them. Surprisingly, the group of witches immediately changed their minds, saying it was just a joke and the walls were actually quite normal. Young Lord Noct thanked the witches for their honest assessment and professional advice, and said he would be delighted if they worked for the benefit of his settlement, as their experience was invaluable. Sato burst into tears of happiness and admitted that she had never heard such praise for her work before. Juno ordered her friend to stop crying immediately because she shouldn't show her tears in public. Sato was afraid her friend would be angry and explained that she was only crying because of the pollen in the air. This made Noct realize that these girls must have suffered a lot in the past. Young Master Noct said that if that were the case, he would like to ask their group to build a new city wall. Lion explained that this was a very large undertaking involving territorial defense, and she wasn't really ready to entrust such an important task to people she had just met. The young master replied that he was very good at observing and understanding people, even those he had only known for a short time. Lion was surprised to hear such words and couldn't control his emotions. Noct noticed that the girl took his words very seriously, as evidenced by her genuine tears. Perhaps leaving their previous organization and coming to this border region wasn't easy for them. Noct recalled a similar experience in her previous life, and therefore, the outcome was more important than any effort. Those who delve into the essence of the problem are always valued more highly than the result. Lion promised that her team would perform the task to the best of their ability. After all, the former members of the elite Royal Magic Army would surely build a perfect wall that no one could overcome. Noct thought about creating a new wall and decided that he could also do something useful. The young master informed Greg about the upcoming construction plans. Greg was very happy that they would finally have guard walls. Greg recalled the last ORC attack, how he had allowed himself to fight them all the time and missed his chance to participate in the battle. Greg felt guilty for always relying on the girls. Noct told Greg to calm down and that he shouldn't worry so much. Greg said that she doesn't fully understand the value of things and that she can destroy any enemy. Given her extreme ruthlessness, that's normal for her, so Greg is worried about her. Noct said he would borrow the wisdom of an elite group of mages and use them to build a wall around his land. Lion replied that they would do whatever the master of the land told them to. Juno reminded Lion that too few of them could do these difficult tasks efficiently. Juno suggested dividing the work into 6-hour shifts. Greg said there was no need to worry about that, and they could work freely. Greg showed off the living plants he had grown and explained that they could be very helpful. Young Master Noct was surprised to see a clump of mandrake plants. And if I were here right now, she will definitely fight them. Lion poked one of the plants with her stick, and Greg yelled at her, asking why she did it, since he had planted them specifically. The girl replied that the plants looked horrible and she was sorry, but they were disgusting. Greg asked that his trees not be disrespected, as he considered them his friends. Greg was upset and began burying the dead plant, while the witches were surprised by his reaction, as they had never seen anything like it anywhere before. Noct was also surprised, as he couldn't have imagined it. Noct thought Greg would become a true tamer of plant monsters. The young master asked everyone to forget about it and be friends. Then, as a sign of reconciliation, everyone started drinking tea. Noct asks Joseph if he's really served in the army before. Joseph replies that he has, and he remembers fighting alongside his older brother when young Noct was a child. Finally, Lion and Greg are able to draw up a plan for the defensive structures, and the girls say they now have an idea of how to do things in the best way. Lion explained that the first thing to do was build a double gate where they could set traps for the enemy. Juno suggested placing sharp spikes on the walls and digging trenches so they could attack captured enemies unilaterally. Sato proposed building a suspension bridge with water underneath, so that if anything happened, they could throw the enemy down. Noct was surprised by their plans and wondered if they had really served in the military. Greg said they didn't understand anything and their suggestions weren't really good. Greg explained that mandrakes sink quickly, so it would be difficult to use them when digging a ditch filled with water. Noct once again clearly felt how much Greg loved his plant monsters. A few days after the witches from the Royal Magical Army arrived, Noct was resting in the bright sunshine. His butler, Joseph, grumbled as usual at the young master for continuing to do nothing. Occasionally, Noct would explain his rest by saying that consistency was necessary in everything. Joseph wondered if it was all right to guard the area while the young lord of the land simply lay around relaxing, and whether Noct truly didn't care at all. Noct replied that everything was under control and he had delegated the responsibility of protection to others. Things would continue as normal. The young lord said that one must trust the wizards, and if they were truly in trouble, he would surely be notified immediately. The young master also said that he thinks it's best to let each person pursue their own goals and do what they want to do, and that's better than trying to change others to suit your own preferences. After all, if a person does things their own way, you'll ultimately be able to get more out of them. The butler Joseph replied that it sounded good at first glance, but as a local lord, he needed to be more mindful of his territory. Noct decided he couldn't change the grumpy butler's mind and said he would go and see for himself. At this time, as Noct strolled through his settlement, he found the people to be generally cheerful. Many people are happy that they have come to live here. Everyone also really enjoys the excellent quality of the local food, which is both delicious and diverse. Butler Joseph says that from the outside, everything is going well, and he is personally very pleased. Young Noct recalled that he possessed many rare and interesting items that the merchant Raphael had brought back from various places. Noct thought it would be interesting for the residents to see all these things. Indeed, there were many people shopping in the market. Mare, the maid, was delighted to see so many unfamiliar faces and new merchants from other cities. Knox said that their economy was improving because more and more people were coming from other lands, and that's a good sign. And in his opinion, this isn't just because of the rare items Raphael was able to bring. The young master explained that there were many different items to buy in their city that couldn't be found elsewhere. Anyway, even those exotic strawberries are a specialty of this land. And thanks to his enhanced skills and Mare's gardening abilities, they'll be able to sell all kinds of off-season vegetables at this market, regardless of the time of year. Knox said they had a great selection for every client, and that businessman Raphael was able to provide good advertising that yielded results. Knox confessed that he had another plan in the works. Knox explained that with his magnification skills, he was able to enlarge the glass and build a large greenhouse. Even here, butler Joseph still found reasons not to be too angry. He complained that using such precious glass was wasteful. Mare said that it all looked beautiful and exotic. The young master explained that glass transmits sunlight very well and maintains a high temperature inside the room, and it would be great if more greenhouses like this could be built. Anyway, thanks to the greenhouse, even without any skills, anyone can easily grow any kind of vegetable, regardless of the season. Butler Joseph admitted that he hadn't expected Noct to have such brilliant inventions. The young master replied that they all needed to restore the land to its former glory, and the seeds they had planted at the beginning of their journey had already begun to sprout and bear fruit. Not long after, the witches busy reinforcing the defenses reported that the final section of the wall was finished. Noct thanked the girls for their work and thought they were truly talented. The witches presented the design they had created, and Noct was surprised by how heavy it was, despite its small size. The girls explained that the three of them had undertaken this project using materials imbued with deadly magic, and that they couldn't make the blueprint a little larger. But they were still confident that it would be sufficient to bolster their defenses. Noct wondered if this wall was really a good choice, but Lion insisted they had developed different methods to defeat enemies and just needed a little more information about potential adversaries. Noct said the matter wasn't up for discussion right now. When the time came, but for now, Noct needed to look at what they had already done. Noct uses the item magnification skill, and the wall instantly became enormous. The young man gazed at the result and decided that his city now looked like and was protected like a royal palace. Noct proudly declared that there was now no formidable threat to the territory, for with such walls, the city had become an impregnable fortress. Noct was delighted with the result and knew that the city no longer feared any attack. Even monsters couldn't get past such walls with protective equipment. However, everyone's joy was interrupted by a loud roar coming from the direction of the forest. Something enormous was rapidly approaching the city, and a real panic began. Everyone realized that against this aerial threat, even the most formidable defensive walls were no match. The giant dragon began circling the city, searching for a suitable target. The young Noct was stunned by what he saw, thinking that this was too much for his land. Once the defensive walls surrounding the city were completed, territories of all sizes became impenetrable. At least that's what the people who live there think. But then a giant dragon appeared, shattering the belief in total defense. The young Noct was utterly bewildered by the situation. And the very next day, they decided to look for a solution. Noct delved deep into books, hoping to find the answer to the question of how to defeat the flying monster. Butler Joseph was more surprised than ever by Noct's actions and asked if the young man had worked all night to find a way to fight the dragon. Noct replied that he was searching for the necessary solution, and as soon as he found the answer, he would go straight to bed to sleep, so Joseph didn't need to worry. Mare also began to worry about Lord Noct and tried to persuade him to rest. But the young man said, how could he sleep peacefully when all the inhabitants of the city were terrified and sleepless? Noct explained that he wanted to deal with the cursed dragon as soon as possible, because if they didn't deal with it immediately, the situation could get much worse, and they couldn't afford to make a mistake in the situation. The young man explained that in Master Rosenford's library, he couldn't find any weaknesses of dragons. And it turned out that these monsters were so legendary that there was almost no information about them, let alone descriptions of their weaknesses. Suddenly, Cuckoo burst into the room, excitedly shouting that they had no other choice. This time, Cuckoo exclaimed that all they needed to do now was build a big pub. Cuckoo says that with a good glass of wine, young Lord Noct will be able to forget all his problems. Noct reminds her that he's heard Cuckoo say this more than once, and it's time she got a little more creative. Noct says that instead of getting drunk, it's better to take sensible measures. But Cuckoo retorts that's all nonsense and suggests they go outside immediately. It turned out that an alcohol epidemic had broken out in their community, and people had found solace and forgetfulness in bottles of strong liquor. People couldn't find any other way to cope with the stress. But to start drinking right out in the street, Cuckoo says that's why they needed a special place, a bar, so that no one would get sick from drinking outdoors. Young Lord Noct was shocked to witness a crowd of drunken people doing nothing, neglecting their work and seeking out alcohol. Noct couldn't believe that all of this had happened in just one night. Young Lord decided that he needed to deal with the dragon problem as quickly as possible. Otherwise, his settlement would self-destruct due to alcohol. Lord Noct decided to organize an expedition outside his territory. The only problem along the way is that it's unclear who would be the right person to choose for this mission. Luce is a talented hunter and experienced scout. Greg is a strong young man and a true adventurer with powerful taming skills. Lion is a former elite earth mage of the King's magic army. Sato is also a member of that magic army. But she's not only skilled, but also very intelligent. Juno, another elite earth mage, is well suited for logistical support. And she's a noisy giant girl with exceptional strength. Joseph is a troublesome butler like any other, while Mare, the intelligent and loyal maid, possesses healing skills. Faced with these choices, Noct couldn't decide who would accompany him on this difficult mission. Greg has extensive combat experience and is very skilled at taming, which could be very helpful in this situation. Therefore, Greg is an excellent candidate for the mission's success. While Greg might be a great choice, there's also a possibility his personality could lead everyone into the worst possible situation. In addition, city security would be very useful in case things go wrong and residents need to be evacuated urgently. Therefore, Noct decided to pay attention to other candidates for the mission. Finally, the young lord made his decision. Noct entrusted Juno with the responsibility of communicating with the team throughout the mission. Juno promised to complete the job flawlessly, and that she could be trusted with this task. Noct then told Luz that her scouting skills were crucial to the mission, and that he had complete faith in her hunting prowess and the abilities of a seasoned elf. Luz admitted that she had encountered dragons before and would do everything perfectly. Noct thought the team had a very good attitude and therefore a high chance of success. Noct reminded them once again to be extremely careful, and the giantess exclaimed that she would do so. Noct realized that she might be the weakest link, the one that could cause their downfall, but she was also very strong. Noct also noticed that the female elf Luce was drinking a lot of water and seemed anxious, even though a seasoned hunter could easily relax a bit. After all, she was an elf, had fought many monsters, and should have remained calm. However, facing an opponent as powerful as the legendary dragon, none of them knew what they would encounter. Very quickly, the team led by Noct found the dragon itself. This disrupted the peace of the settlement. Everyone was surprised to see this fearsome monster neatly devouring the small nuts. Juno said this was very strange, because the dragon had red scales and was clearly a carnivore, but it turned out to be an omnivore. Noct asked the hunter Luce what they should do next, but instead of answering, the experienced female elf remained silent, quietly drinking from her flask. This strange reaction surprised all the team members, and Lord Noct asked her what was wrong. Noct took the elf girl's bottle and realized it wasn't water, but strong liquor. Lus, the hunter, explained that the wine was delicious and that it helped her forget all her worries. Noct realized he had made a mistake in his choice and apologized to Luce for scaring her. But at that moment, Juno, with a panicked expression, shouted that this was not the time for unnecessary talk, because the dragon had spotted them and was approaching. The group of heroes was momentarily taken aback. Lord Noct asked why the dragon was distracted by the delicious nuts and chose them as its target. At that moment, the giant girl screamed that the dragon was eating her favorite nuts and charged towards the powerful monster. Luce, the female elf, also hurried after her. Lord Noct was astonished to witness this scene and said that this was impossible. There's a special breed of Iberian black pig in nature, and if acorns are consistently added to their feed, the pork will have a unique flavor. Thanks to this additive, the same thing has happened. She had been eating nader nuts since she was a child, and over time, her body became permeated with the scent of those nuts, attracting the dragon. Now, the dragon was approaching, and Noct rushed to help as it was clear the monster was only interested in. However, surprisingly, the giant dragon did not advance towards the giant girl, but instead approached Luce, the female elf, cautiously. Noct didn't understand what was happening, but everything felt very strange. Then, to everyone's surprise, the monster flew up and apologized for scaring them, as it truly had no intention of doing so. Noct says it can't be true, that the dragon is talking to them. Luce explains that magical creatures can use human language, but this is the first time she's encountered such a phenomenon, and she herself didn't expect it. The dragon laughed and said that of course, dragons can talk, even talk very loudly so that no one can sleep peacefully. Everyone was shocked by the roar of the powerful monster, and the dragon just asked if they were all right. Lord Noct thought all this was interesting, but such a monster didn't seem like a harmless creature at all, and it really does cause fear. Gathering his courage with trepidation, Lord Noct asked the dragon why it had come to this land, as it had never been here before. The dragon replied that it had come here solely to plunder this land. Then the dragon told them not to worry, not to be afraid if it frightened anyone with its appearance. The mighty monster explained that it had only come here for the purple berries, and that it had always wanted to try them. Lord Noct asked why the dragon didn't try the berries if it really wanted to. The dragon explained that it always seemed very happy whenever it ate these berries, and it regretted taking away the girl's joy. Angrily, she asked if the dragon felt sorry for the elf Luce, who had been terrified when the dragon approached her like that. The dragon apologized and admitted that it had been attracted by the smell of strong alcohol and had tried to restrain its desires. Lord Noct pondered this. As he hadn't expected dragons to be interested in wine, the dragon said it had a small request for humans. The magical monster requested permission to drink at least one sip of fragrant wine. Lord Noct quickly poured a full dish of wine and asked the dragon to wait a moment. Noct uses the magnification spell, enlarging the plate many times over to provide enough wine for the dragon. The giant beast was delighted to see the item, and Noct invited the dragon to enjoy it. Together, they set up a table laden with unpicked berries, which Noct had enlarged to provide enough food for everyone. For the first time in history, a magical dragon and a human sat and ate together in one place. The dragon admitted that it was very happy to be in such a place, and that everything was delicious. The dragon then said that, as far as it understood, the young master possessed two skills. One was the skill it had just seen when Noct magnified everything on the table, and apparently there was an opposing skill that could shrink everything. Noct was surprised by the flying monster's knowledge and asked how it knew that. The dragon explained that she was a giant girl who always ate fruit in the forest, and now that she was back to normal size, it meant someone had been able to shrink her. The dragon admitted that it had waited a long time to meet Noct, and thanks to his shrinking ability, they could become good friends. She exclaimed that the dragon might be her friend. Because she was Lord Noct's personal bodyguard, the dragon chuckled at the giant girl's words and asked why Noct would hide her if she was just a bodyguard. Suddenly, the dragon's enormous tail lashed out, and everyone was terrified, but the dragon just wanted to pat Noct on the head and tell him that he was a very good person. At this moment, the young master felt very strange, and even recalled the image of his father patting him on the head long ago when he was a child. Then everyone continued chatting, and she said tiredly that she had eaten enough. The dragon asked the giant girl if she really liked these purple berries that much. Little Noct asked if the dragon was going anywhere. After eating all the berries and being asked about its plans, the dragon replied that it had initially wanted to leave, but now, after meeting everyone, it had changed its mind and did not want to leave this land. Suddenly, a magical aura surrounded the powerful monster, and in an instant, the dragon transformed into an almost normal-looking man. Lord Noct was astonished by the dragon's sudden transformation into a muscular man. The dragon explained that it was one of its abilities, and that it could transform into a human at any time if it wished. Noct thought that if the dragon said so, then surely it possessed other special abilities as well, and it turned out that those abilities didn't necessarily involve magical powers. The dragon then asked if it could live peacefully in Lord Noct's territory. Juno was surprised by the sight of the naked man and asked if the legendary dragon had decided to join the human community. Poe, the dragon, knew that living alone was boring, and he didn't want to anymore. So, if they could get it in, that would be great. The dragon also lamented that it had been a long time since it had drunk such delicious sake, and that it always missed human-cooked food. The dragon then revealed that it was also very interested in Lord Noct's abilities, and it wanted to understand him better. Lord Noct was clearly taken aback by this attention from the dragon and paused for a moment in surprise. The dragon explained that people with rare abilities like Noct usually lead very interesting lives, and so the dragon wanted to know what abilities Lord Noct possessed. The young man hesitated, replying that he didn't know how to answer because it was so complicated. But the dragon said that things were much simpler than they seemed. They should all be happy together. Lord Noct recalled his childhood, when such words were often spoken to him, and life was so joyful then. Lord Noct told the dragon that he was the master of these lands and was delighted to welcome it into his home. The dragon thanked him for agreeing to let it stay and said that its name was Hornbeam, as a token of friendship. The dragon shook hands with Lord Noct. This made him cry out, "Hornbeam!" The dragon apologized for not having assessed its strength, as it hadn't yet adjusted to a human body. From that moment on, the land, large and small, had a powerful new friend, the dragon Hornbeam. Hornbeam said that a beautiful wall surrounded the city, and he greatly admired the landscape. Juno said that these walls were built by her and her team of elite mages, along with Lord Noct. The group finally returned home with a new friend. Lord Noct couldn't help but think that Hornbeam reminded him of his deceased father. There was a manly confidence and strength in this dragon. Lion asked Lord Noct if he had found the dragon in the forest. Lord Noct replied that the mission was unsuccessful and the dragon was nowhere to be found. Noct decided not to reveal the truth, not to tell the people that they had actually encountered the dragon and brought it back to the city, as this could cause even more panic. Noct whispered to Lion that the dragon was with them. But when the sorceress, surprised, was about to ask more questions, Noct put his hand over her mouth. Noct asked Lion to calm down and continue the conversation in the office. Finally, when no one was around to witness it, Noct told his closest friends. Lion asked where the dragon was now, since he had found it. The young man calmly replied that the dragon was in this room with them. Realizing this was just another prank by Noct, everyone pretended to look for the dragon, even searching in the flower pots. Hornbeam still decided to prove it, pointing to his hand and asking if that would make Mr. Noct believe him more. To his surprise, the wizard Lion realized that the dragon had deliberately used its abilities to transform into a normal human. Hornbeam asked if it was possible to return to its original form, but the young man quickly dissuaded Hornbeam, warning him against it. Because with its enormous size, the dragon would destroy everything around it instantly. Lion asked Noct if he was sure that bringing a dragon in here was a good idea. Noct pondered for a moment, and realized that even he didn't know the answer to this question. After all, how could he be sure that the dragon wouldn't harm the settlement? Meanwhile, Hornbeam began to take an interest in Greg and said that Greg was doing an interesting job. Greg didn't understand what they were talking about and seemed worried. Hornbeam explained that he noticed scratches on Greg's armor and a strange smell, so Greg might be a tamer. Hornbeam says certain signs suggest Greg is likely breeding mandrakes. Noct realizes this isn't entirely a good thing, as the dragon might think badly of them because of Greg's hobby. However, his worries were unnecessary, as Hornbeam happily admitted that this was very familiar to him, since he had also cultivated similar plants before. Noct breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was unbelievable that a dragon would do such things. Greg was overjoyed and declared that he had finally found a friend. Greg also lamented that everyone called his job terrible, and only he had found his true calling. Hornbeam also said that these mandrake creatures were beautiful and that cultivating them required solid knowledge. Hornbeam explained that, depending on the soil and cultivation methods, mandrake's plants could reach any size. Once, the dragon flew around the world searching for the best land for farming and discovered that the most nutrient-rich soil lay in the south, while the soil of the Great Forest contained the most magic. Noct, upon hearing Hornbeam's story, was astonished by the dragon's enthusiasm for this endeavor. Hornbeam showed Greg the mandrake it had once planted and how big it had grown. Greg exclaimed happily that his mandrake was 3 times bigger than the one Hornbeam had planted. Greg asked Hornbeam how the dragon managed to do that. The dragon replied that Greg was too young to understand. Greg agreed that he lacked experience, but he was eager to know the dragon's secret. Master Hornbeam asked Greg if he wanted to become his student. Greg didn't hesitate to exclaim that he really wanted this, and would do his best not to disappoint the dragon's expectations. Noct thought to himself that Greg had become close to the dragons faster than even Lion. Lion was also surprised that dragons could find friends among humans so quickly. Greg said that he was saddened to see the creatures he loved die, but the important thing is that they always remain underground, and even if they die, the mandrakes will stay there. Greg and Hornbeam both agree on this point. Lion said she couldn't believe how quickly everyone had become friends with the dragon. Noct replied that it was indeed unusual, but that things should just be left to nature. Noct then explained to his friends that news of Hornbeam's true identity would only be known within their group, and that it had to be kept secret from everyone else. Otherwise, it would cause panic in the city. Noct decided that since Hornbeam was approachable, his presence would be helpful to everyone. Noct thought it was time for him to rest and go to sleep. But Hornbeam suggested they go for a walk and chat a bit because he hadn't seen anyone in a long time and missed talking. Noct was surprised by such an offer, and Hornbeam apologized for rushing things. Noct realized it was a good idea and said it would be best to go now. Hornbeam asked if they were going out right away. Noct replied that it was no problem and told him to hurry up. Noct explained that it was time to introduce the dragon to his city. Hornbeam thought for a moment and then suggested starting from the market. Lord Noct said that the market was the busiest place in the city, as people came there to shop. Noct said that the merchant Raphael supplied all the necessary goods for the market, and Mr. Hornbeam could find anything there, including the finest sake. The dragon was very fond of alcoholic beverages and said that sake was so perfectly brewed that it could relax the soul and bring true enjoyment. Noct pondered the dragon's words and said that the vegetables they grew in the greenhouse were also delicious and worth trying. Lord Noct explained that they had built this greenhouse with the help of his magical abilities and the meticulous work of the carpenters. Noct explained that with the help of glass and its properties, they could grow any type of crop, regardless of the time of year. Hornbeam replied that Noct was a very interesting person and had used his abilities very well. Then, the young man led Hornbeam to where the nader berries grew and invited the dragon to taste them. Hornbeam asked if he understood correctly that it was from these berries that the sake he had drunk in the forest was made. Noct replied that it was, and that these berries made a wonderful sake. The dragon smelled a pleasant aroma and asked what it was. Lord Noct answered that it was nothing special and not worth noticing. Noct decided to pique curiosity in this way, then mentioned that there was a small winery ahead. Hornbeam was ready to run toward the winery, but young Noct advised them to follow him and see something more interesting. Lord Noct led the dragon to a heavenly bathhouse, where one could enjoy themselves for just 5,000 rupees. Hornbeam admitted that the view from the bathhouse was stunning, but he simply didn't feel completely at ease. Hornbeam explained that when it came to hot springs, he couldn't stand it for long. Noct apologized for embarrassing the dragon and offered him a more delicious drink. Hornbeam also apologized for causing unnecessary trouble for Noct and disturbing the peace of the settlement. After their hot bath, Noct and Hornbeam enjoyed the iced coffee that Mr. Levy usually brewed. But the dragon couldn't quite calm down after the hot bath and felt strange. The iced coffee wasn't what it wanted. Hornbeam couldn't control his animal instincts, and Hornbeam released the pent-up emotions. The action was like an explosion. Levy felt a powerful surge of energy and collapsed, the tray falling to the floor. At that moment, Noct realized he had made a mistake. Cuckoo yelled at Noct that he was the one who had angered the dragon, and that it had every right to be angry. Noct genuinely didn't understand why he'd provoke such a reaction from the dragon, especially since he'd even skipped his afternoon nap. The young master explained that he was simply trying to introduce the dragon to the city they'd built together, and that the sooner he did it, the better. But Cuckoo said that what everyone wants now is to drink good wine, which Noct must have known. The young lord asked Hornbeam if that was really the case, and whether the dragon wanted to drink that much alcohol. Hornbeam replied that it was. Noct immediately ordered the alcohol to be brought and had it made quickly. But Cuckoo said that wasn't enough. People not only wanted to drink, but also wanted to do it in a pleasant place. Hornbeam agreed with Cuckoo and added that such a place would be a pleasure to be in. Noct didn't really understand and asked if that really mattered. Cuckoo sighed heavily and asked why Noct didn't understand, since he was a lord and should understand the desires of his people. Hornbeam explained to Noct that drinking alcohol at home or in a diner wasn't the same as drinking at a great bar. Cuckoo began to murmur dreamily that for adults, the only fairy tale amidst a sea of daily worries was a good bar, the ideal place to enjoy moments of relaxation. The girl spoke her last words at the same time as the dragon, proving they shared a common desire. Noct understood what they wanted, and was surprised that different creatures could share such a desire. Simply a good glass of wine. Hornbeam demanded that Noct take him to the best bar immediately, but Cuckoo regretfully stated that they don't have any bars in the city. The dragon was angry about this, considering it a serious and unacceptable oversight. Cuckoo explained that they had plans to build a bar, but hadn't yet found the time to do so. Hornbeam expressed his disappointment, saying it was truly a tragedy and incomprehensible how people could live peacefully in a city without bars. Noct was surprised by the strong reaction and regretted not having considered the issue to be so important. Both the dragon and the cuckoo requested that the organization build a bar immediately to bring freshness to the people's souls. At the same time, the cuckoo also began calling Hornbeam a friend, as their desires coincided perfectly. Noct was once again surprised by how easily the dragon found common ground with the other inhabitants of the city. Hornbeam and Cuckoo excitedly discussed what the bar would look like and how everything would be arranged. While they talked, both Greg and Cuckoo drank tea to quench their thirst, looking forward to enjoying the drinks. After some time, their wish came true, and the first bar was built in the city. The restaurant's grand opening attracted all the city's residents, and there was a long line of people waiting to visit. Lord Noct received a notification that a seat at the bar had been reserved for him, and everyone was eagerly anticipating his arrival. Noct accepted the invitation and admitted that he had never expected this, as he had never been to a bar before. Noct opened the heavy front door and stepped into the bar. The Hornbeam dragon welcomes Lord Noct, and Hornbeam invited him to sit at the bar. Hornbeam found his passion and chose to become a local bartender. Hornbeam invited Noct to try a strange appetizer. Then they brought out a menu that looked like a book. Lord Noct opened the menu in surprise, gazing at the countless names and pictures. Noct thought he didn't know what to choose. As he didn't understand much of the menu, he remembered how Cuckoo and the dragon had enjoyed chatting about relaxing in the bar, but he didn't fully grasp it, and that made him feel very uneasy. Hornbeam asked Noct what he wanted to try, and the young man replied that he wanted something tasty and simple. He thought that was probably the worst thing to say in a bar. Hornbeam noticed Noct was uncomfortable in the bar and advised him to say he wanted to try something refreshing, which would make him seem more normal as a customer. Noct understood the service rules here and decided to try ordering something. He said he wanted to try something that would make him feel sleepy. Hornbeam replied that he would do everything properly. Noct observed the dragon's precise movements. Noct was amazed by Hornbeam's extraordinary abilities. A little while later, at the bar, Hornbeam offered Noct a drink to try. Noct smelled a slightly sour aroma and said it was very pleasant. The red dragon thanked Noct for showing him the beauty of the city and explained that it was a special cocktail made with berry liqueur. At the same time, this cocktail has a sweet taste with a hint of lemon. Noct took a few sips and admitted that it was delicious. Then the young lord asked what the cocktail was called. Hornbeam replied that they hadn't yet come up with names for many of the cocktails. Therefore, it would be a great idea to name this cocktail after this land. The dragon asked if it would be possible to name the original cocktail after the young lord Noct. Noct was surprised by the suggestion and thought for a moment, then admitted that he never thought a place like this would be so easy to get to and actually help him relax. Noct agreed with the name and asked Cuckoo to make him a cocktail just like it. Cuckoo laughed and asked Noct if he understood the allure of a bar. At that moment, Noct truly understood that drinking at home or in a cafe was one thing, but drinking at a bar was something else entirely. Now he understood what fairy tales about everyday life meant. Cuckoo said when she wanted to visit the bar. Lord Noct's next drink was for Bertna's beautiful eyes. Bertna was also very happy to visit the bar. Olivia felt a little shy and said that the bar was beautiful, wondering if she could come here more often. Noct replied that the place was perfectly suitable for everyone. Lord Noct ordered another drink for the young girl, looking very pleased, and Cuckoo happily received this news. The little Cuckoo was a little sad that it only got to drink milk, but the girl happily encouraged everyone to drink it all. The merchant Raphael also decided to go to the bar, which surprised Noct a little. Noct hastily explained that Raphael might have misunderstood and that he had no intention of interfering in the affairs of his subjects. However, the merchant replied that he didn't mind at all and that everything was actually fine. Raphael asked if the young lord would like to try and get something for himself. Noct wondered what that meant, and he really wanted to find out more. Raphael recounts the existence of the Metro mine, and he suggested that it would be good to use this mine to develop the settlement's infrastructure. In fact, there has been an underground mine connecting the lands of Big, Small, and Hadlet since ancient times. These mines were exploited for jewelry and minerals, but after the ORC invasion, the mine was abandoned due to a lack of workers and production completely ceased. Noct realized that this was a different era, and it might be worthwhile to reopen the mine. Raphael, the merchant, explained that the mine would bring prosperity to the land, just like in the old days. The young Lord Noct was capable of handling minerals and precious stones. Raphael offered a toast and suggested carefully considering the mine's prospects. Noct thought this was indeed a monstrous temptation, because Raphael was right about the mine. Lord Noct said it would be good if they could find new materials, and then Bertna would surely be able to do something interesting. Raphael agreed with these ideas, and everyone continued drinking. After a while, Noct thought that following his conversation with the merchant Raphael, he had reached a point of no return. The servant Mary greets the young master upon his return. Noct finds Greg with Mare, who is stimulating Tomer. Greg asks the servant to try her abilities again. Greg explains that if she can activate the cells from Kabusuke, they will be able to destroy the monster. Lord Noct thinks Greg is completely paranoid and that his activities in breeding all sorts of strange creatures could lead to a biological catastrophe. Butler. Joseph listened to Noct's mining idea and said that Noct's skills would quickly make him rich through gemstones. Lord explained that this was exactly what the merchant Raphael expected of him. Mayor asked who Lord Noct would trust to mine the precious stones. Lord Noct replied that before making any decisions, the entire process needed to be thoroughly investigated and the area inspected, as the mines had been abandoned for a long time, and currently no one knew what their condition would be. Lord Noct decided to inspect everything and exterminate any monsters that might be spawning there. After ensuring security at the mining site, workers will need to be sent there. The Lord said he would personally inspect the mine first, and so it was necessary to decide who would accompany him. Noct stated that Bertna would definitely go along, as fighting monsters would be unavoidable. The only remaining question was how many more people were needed for the mission. Mare asked to go along, saying that if there was fighting, she would be very useful with her abilities. Noct agreed with this assessment, as a healer on the trip could be very helpful, especially if someone was injured. Greg said he also wanted to participate in the campaign and would assist with the research. The trainer excitedly explained that he only needed to collect all the monsters that could live in the cave. Lord Noct wasn't very happy with this idea and explained that if Greg brought any more strange creatures into town, the Lion Witch would surely kill him without hesitation. However, Greg didn't want to hear a refusal and asked to go along because that's what he really wanted. Lord Noct wondered if Greg had been saying strange things lately, and whether he had actually invented the tyrant Mandrake. However, Noct didn't want to make things difficult for Greg and let him come along. Lord suggested that it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring along the witch Juno as well. Mare reminded him that they had been together before when hunting dragons in the forest. Noct explained that Juno is usually observant and very helpful with small things, so she can be trusted in emergency situations. Noct also recalled how Juno had been a great help in cleaning up after the outdoor lunch, which was also a useful skill in this situation. Juno admitted that she enjoys doing ordinary things and doesn't mind helping out at all. Juno later confessed that she noticed Lord Noct often paid attention to her, and that she was happy to work under the command of such a kind person. Lord Noct realized at that moment that Juno was indeed a librarian, someone who always lived in the shadows and was alone. Noct tries to explain to Juno that there's no need to be so shy around people, and that she'll be much better off if she's more confident. Without his hat, Lion notices the preparations for the trip and asks what they're doing and why Juno is joining them. Juno replied that they would go to the subway mines to explore before starting work. Lion was angry about this and reminded Juno that he was once again trying to get involved in dangerous things. And not long before that, she had gone in search of dragons. Juno replied that she had been assigned by Mr. Noct and would be useful on this journey. Sato and Lion were surprised by Juno's eagerness for adventure and watched with amusement as they prepared to set off. Noct tries to explain to Lion that Juno is a useful member of the team and they need her. But Lion the Wizard disagreed with those arguments, and she decided to hide Juno away. Lion said that the trip to the unexplored mines was very dangerous, and that meant she would be directly involved with Mr. Noct on this mission. No one expected this, and Noct now thinks he doesn't know what to expect from the trip. Mare, the maid, had told them before the trip that they might fail, but she tried to push aside any negative thoughts so as not to harm anyone. Bertna promised that she would protect everyone, so there was no need to worry. Greg asked them to keep a close eye on Lion to ensure she didn't get hurt, as he considered her a friend. Noct realized that this time they would definitely have to fight, and Juno would be the most suitable person for the situation. Although there was nothing he could do, Lion was genuinely determined to join everyone. Noct told the witch that in this case, he was very much looking forward to working with her. If they were going to have a long journey ahead, then before they started, they needed to make sure everyone was prepared for any eventuality. Sato wondered why Greg was carrying mandrakes, and Lion asked how far away the mine was. Noct explained that the journey would take about 5 hours of walking each way. Mare, the maid, remarked that it would be much faster and more convenient if they had a carriage. Noct told her not to worry. And with his item enhancement skills, he could handle it. He made the cart much bigger. Then the young man asked Bertna to pull the cart up the mountain, as she was the strongest in the group. Bertna followed the order, easily moved the truck full of supplies, and the group set off. Greg was the only one who was unhappy and kept asking us to slow down, as his mandrakes flew up every time the car went over a bump in the road. Very quickly, the group of heroes arrived at the mountain gate. Everyone was surprised by the size of the mountain, because the mountain is much bigger than Mr. Noct's house. Lion the wizard said that this beautiful place deserved to welcome pioneers. The giantess Bertna didn't wait for orders, saying it was time to go inside and charging forward. But Lord Noct stopped her. Noct explained that the first step was to inspect the area around the mountain. The nearest building is a former office used by mine workers. Noct noticed that the door was securely locked and no one had been inside for a long time. Greg asked if Lord Noct had the key with him. Noct recalled that he had last lost the keys to the entire area and couldn't remember where he had misplaced them. Bertna said she could easily open the door by brute force, but Noct explained that such an action is called property damage. The young man weighed his options and decided it might be easier if he tried shrinking the door first. But the witch lion said there was no need to rush, and she knew how to solve the problem. The girl quickly created the correct key, and she began unlocking the ancient lock. Noct was surprised to see that Lion could please him with her abilities more than once. After a few minutes, Sorceress Lion invited everyone inside in a satisfied tone. The young lord said that her skills were like those of a skilled thief. Hearing this, Lion immediately became angry and felt offended. She asked why Noct didn't praise and caress her as he had done with Bertna. Noct apologized and said that he was very grateful for her help. Noct then asked if Lion could open the door so easily in one of the locked houses on his property. Lion happily replied that she wouldn't let anyone stand in Mr. Noct's way. The reception room had an unpleasant odor and was covered in thick dust. Noct said the house had been abandoned for almost 6 months, and Mare admitted she had never seen so much dust. Greg noticed the room was very spacious, and Noct pointed out where the workers slept. And now it was clear what the house had been used for. Greg suggested that the building could continue to be used, but it needed to be cleaned up first. Lion reminded him that thanks to her efforts, the door wasn't damaged. But the landlord said that wasn't right. Noct explained that such a bed was not intended for staff, and it was unclear what had happened to the bed because it looked like a soggy rice cake. The landlord said that they should first improve things here. Mar, the servant, praised Noct for his thoughtful plan and promised to help with everything. Bertna found a box and asked what beautiful stones it contained. Lord Noct explained that they were luminous stones, glowing when subjected to magic. Noct pointed to one stone and said that it glowed faintly due to the magic in the surrounding air. And if you press it hard enough, it will turn into a lamp and emit a strong light. Bertna exclaimed that it was truly a miracle. Lord Noct then asked the giantess to break one of the stones. The lioness asked why, since the stones were very expensive. Noct explained that they needed more pieces to illuminate Noct's mine and estate. Noct then used his shrinking ability to create smaller tools and instructed everyone to bring their own mining equipment. Lion didn't understand why they had to do this and thought it was absurd. When the group entered the mine, Noct asked Bertna to lead, as she was highly sensitive to signs and could sense danger beforehand. If they were attacked unexpectedly, Greg would step in to protect everyone. The young master explained to Lion that Greg and Bertna were seasoned warriors. Since they had fought the Orc King before, they could be completely trusted. Lion felt surprised and much more confident. Greg realized that during the battle with the Orc King, Lord Noct had displayed exceptional skill and provided significant assistance in dealing with danger. Noct joked that this time they should count on him, as he hadn't brought them along in vain. Lord Noct admitted that it would be difficult for him to provide support in such a small space, as his zoom ability required a large area. Lion reiterated that she was also capable of fighting and should not be underestimated. Noct responded that Lion would handle the enemy. As they entered the territory, Lord Noct thought that although Sorceress Lion was a former member of the Imperial Army, she was still an engineer, and that was her primary profession. Therefore, he shouldn't assign her tasks she wasn't prepared for. Noct said they should continue now, but just then, a strange sound rang out. Getting closer and closer, giant, monstrous ants began crawling out to greet the visitors to the dungeon. Greg and Bertna immediately prepared for battle and began shielding the others. However, what surprised everyone was that the Sorceress Lion was able to stop the monsters. With her magic, Lion proudly declared that this was their territory, and she would not protect them. Noct thought he now understood the true power of the Royal Magic Army. This mine had been abandoned long ago because, after the orc attack, no workers remained. A mine is a very confined space, so applying techniques for magnifying and shrinking objects is difficult and dangerous. Moreover, this place is teeming with all sorts of monsters. Lord Noct admitted that there were more monsters than anticipated, and no matter how many they kill, they keep reappearing. Mare, the maid, panicked and asked what they would all do now, because Master Noct was too exhausted after the battle. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared. Lord Noct felt even worse, and Mare rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, the giantess Bertna continues to fight the monster and perform miracles in an effort to protect her master. Undeterred, Bertna simply laughed heartily after defeating another opponent. Mary tried to reassure her mistress, saying that Bertna was truly very strong and would be able to protect them. Lord Noct felt terrible and said that these monstrous ants were too dangerous. During the battle, Greg reminded the giant girl to be more careful and not destroy everything around her. Lord Noct was once again surprised by Greg's attention to small details and his concern for his monsters. Despite facing difficulties, Bertna continued to defeat the monsters in her path. The witch lion also joined in the mine cleanup. Using magic, she created earthen stakes that easily destroyed the monster ants. Lion was very pleased with the results and said it was truly a joy, because every time they killed a monster, the world became a better place. Lord Noct watched his companions and rejoiced in their shared success, though he felt like he was the only one taking things seriously. However, an invisible sound suddenly assaulted their ears. The sound was coming from deep inside the tunnel. Lord Noct shouted that it was a giant vampire bat. Noct was certain that there were vampire bats here. But it's strange that they're so big. Specifically, this vampire bat is enormous. No one knows if it's an exceptional one or not. After being attacked by the vampire bat, Greg looked at the destroyed monsters with a pained expression. Noct yelled at Greg to be careful, because if the bat ate his pet, it could eat him too. Then, the unbelievable happened. The vampire bat immobilized Bertna. Using ultrasound, it paralyzed Bertna and captured her. Lion the witch rushed to rescue the giant girl and used earthen stakes. Greg also charged forward, shouting that he would avenge Bertna. A clever trainer struck the vampire bat and rescued Bertna from its clutches. Lord Noct wasted no time, quickly creating an earthen shield to block the monster's path. The wizard lion was astonished by the young man's magical abilities. She noticed the earth shield was perfect, without a single crack. Lion asked Mr. Noct where he had learned this earth magic skill. Noct vaguely replied that they all deserved to continue taking hot baths regularly. Lion said it was unbelievable that they could meet the Bat King in such a place. But the young man responded that it didn't look like a king because it didn't display any special skills. Noct suggests that the bat may have undergone a common mutation and thus grown to such a large size. Then, a dead end appeared in the group's path, and they faced the next problem. Where to go? Mare noticed a small hole at the base of the wall. Lord Noct immediately used his magnification ability and expanded the passageway to its normal size. The newly created passage surprised all the members of the group, as the cave ceilings sparkled with gemstones, so numerous that they were impossible to count. Noct moved slowly forward, asking what was going on, and the wizard lion explained it to Noct. All of these were just ordinary manotite, nothing special. The young man remembered hearing the name before, but couldn't quite grasp its meaning. Lion explained that manotite ore is perfectly compatible with magical energy, and if a good staff is crafted from this ore, the owner's magic will be amplified many times over. If used as a weapon, the staff can become a magical sword, enhancing strength and stamina, while also granting special spells. This ore is also a very rare resource, and its value can reach unbelievable figures. Typically, equipping a warrior with armor made from this ore would cost at least 100,000 gold. Lord Noct said that this ore is truly very expensive, and that it could be very profitable. Noct thought that the merchant Raphael might already be aware of the existence of this ore. Therefore, he suggested that they should go to the mine as soon as possible. If they started mining such valuable ore, they would be able to use it to improve their territory. Noct said that he personally would be delighted to announce this to all the inhabitants of the settlement, and then Lion would certainly hold a grand ceremony to celebrate. Lord Noct also said that if they succeeded in mining the rare ore, he would easily have enough money to pay his annual taxes, and wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Mare, the maid, congratulated her mistress on this good fortune and said that continuing would not be too difficult a task. Noct, meanwhile, said that he needed to inform the merchant Raphael as soon as possible. The giant girl Bertna began to quickly drag the young man somewhere. Noct asked her what she was doing, and Bertna explained that she wanted to show him something. There are some people near the huge manotite ore vein, and the lion witch asked them who they were and to whom they served. Lord Noct recognized these people because he had met them before. Those are Alton, Margot, and Butts. These people were very surprised to see Lord Noct standing before them. Lion the witch asked if they were acquaintances of Noct. The young man explained that these people were workers. They were people who used to work in this mine, also former citizens of Big Small, and Noct had known them since he was a child. Noct said he hadn't seen them in a long time and asked how they were doing. Judging by their appearance, it was clear they weren't living in good conditions. Noct apologized for what they had gone through during that time. The others timidly replied that they weren't doing too badly, but it was clear they were very scared. Lord Noct apologized for being unable to protect them when the orcs attacked the estate. Noct said he was happy to see them again and didn't expect to meet them here. The three miners were surprised by the warm welcome from the Lord of the land. Noct asked them what they had done to survive in such circumstances. Suddenly, a giant man appeared and began shouting at the miners, accusing them of not working. He was so cruel that he began insulting the weary people and forcing them to immediately mine manotite. Then, the rude man noticed the presence of strangers and asked them who they were and what right they had to be there. Mare rushed to help the ravaged woman by activating the cells. Noct responded that he was the lord of Big Small territory. Realizing that this thug was probably the local leader who oversaw operations in the mine, the rude fellow's anger subsided because he hadn't expected to encounter a true lord in this mine. The miners continued to speak in hushed, trembling voices, clearly sensing the genuine fear they felt toward their boss. The leader himself became very polite, saying it was an honor to meet Lord Noct on his journey. He then politely suggested that Lord Noct and his entourage should leave the place as soon as possible. The mining leader explained that, in fact, the mine was located in a position that belonged to both Hardlot and Big Small territories, so it was easy to get confused about its actual location within the mine. Specifically, the area where they are currently standing is Hardlot territory. Mare, the maid, angrily asked if their neighbors really intended to monopolize an entire manotite mine. Lord Noct was horrified at the thought, because all his hopes of paying his annual taxes now seem unfulfilled, and Bertna will be very unhappy not to receive the promised money. The miners' leader laughed heartily and said, somewhat insincerely, that he was sorry to see Lord Bigsmall so worried. Lion the Witch urged them not to jump to conclusions, and asked why they should worry, and whether Hardlot's representatives could actually prove ownership of the mine. In any case, according to the map, This point is located in neutral territory between the two regions, and therefore no one has the right to monopolize it. Lion said that this issue needs to be discussed thoroughly, and it's necessary to find out who actually owns the manatite mine. But the rude miners' leader yelled at the witch that nobody here had given women the right to vote. Lion was completely unafraid of the man's size, responding that her gender was entirely irrelevant to the matter. Lord Noct felt his anger rising due to the rudeness of his subordinates, because his behavior was completely unlike that of a gentleman. The leader said he only wanted to speak with Lord Noct, but he still admitted that there were some points of contention. Therefore, this matter should be decided between the two lords. He said that it was necessary to inform his lord about the situation, and then it would be easier to resolve the issue. Lord Noct said that if that were the case, both sides would take some manatite for themselves, and everything would be decided in subsequent negotiations. The chief miner was not pleased with the encounter and hurried back to his land. Mare, the maidservant, remained indignant at the rudeness and impoliteness of a commoner. After all, he had spoken to Lord Noct disrespectfully. Lioness thanked the young man for protecting her in this situation. After all, it was a very brave act and worthy of a lord. Lord Noct began to complain that they now had another unexpected problem, and he didn't know how to solve it. Mare quickly comforted his master and reminded him not to behave like that in public. The butler, Joseph, said that the Hardlot family were not friendly neighbors, and in the past, when there were signs of an impending attack from the monsters in the Great Forest, Lord Noct's father would send requests for help. After all, it had always been customary among the lords of the harsh wildernesses to help one another, and everyone knew this unwritten rule. However, the neighbors never sent troops to help, and the most they dared to do was provide a modest amount of resources, and even then, only in rare cases. Mare, the maid, excitedly announced that a letter had arrived from Hardlot. The letter contained a message inviting me to come tomorrow, and nothing more. The designated ruler was the ancestral estate of the Hardlot family. Mare was furious at the rudeness towards Lord Noct. The girl confessed that she wanted to kill them all for such audacity. The merchant Raphael said that it would be better if the negotiators came here, because underestimating the enemy's power could cost lives. Therefore, he believed there was no need to go to enemy territory. Lord Noct said that, of course, he understood everything, but he still had to show courage, and so he would arrive at the designated place and time. It was the duty of a lord, and he would do it for the future of his people, striving to make the negotiations a success. Mare, the maid, praised Lord Noct for his extraordinary diligence, especially this morning more than ever. He decided to get up very early. Lord Noct replied wearily that it wasn't good to be late for an appointment, so he had to sacrifice his sleep. The boisterous Bertna kept asking throughout the journey how much longer it was to their destination. Lord Noct replied that they needed patience and shouldn't draw the curtains, and that, overall, today was an important day because they were about to enter serious negotiations. The Hardlitland's capital awaited them in uncertainty, because no one knew how they would be treated there. The capital of the neighboring country turned out to be a large city, impressing the visitors with its appearance. An important conversation about the mining of rare manatite was about to take place. Lord Noct said he found nothing surprising, though the territories of his neighbors were also plains like his own. But things here seemed more prosperous, and perhaps the territories of his neighbors simply hadn't been brutally attacked by the orcs. Bertna was surprised to see a very tall and unusual building ahead. Noct explained that the problem was that Hardlit was a multi-ethnic country, with a mix of many different cultures. The young lord immediately asked Cuckoo and Sato to study this magnificent structure and see if they could create something similar in their own city. Na informs Huntress Luce that there are also elves living in the city, and that some of her acquaintances might be there. But Luce sadly said that she didn't think she knew anyone here, as she was the only elf in the village who had left on the long journey, and her village was really a closed area where no one ever left. Lord Noct was surprised to hear such revelations from Luz and wondered what had brought this girl to his settlement. Noct didn't bother the elf with unnecessary questions and decided that he would find out later. For now, Luz simply said that she wanted a few drinks. Suddenly, Bertna exclaimed with joy, asking what strange food the locals were eating that looked like dirt. Lord Noct replied that it was just curry, and that such a dish did not exist in this world. Noct was surprised and immediately wanted to try a real curry. He ordered a portion and invited Bertna to try it with him. The giant girl looked at the strange dish suspiciously and said it looked like dirt. The brave girl Bertna didn't dare try the curry. Although she admitted it smelled delicious, the young lord decided to help the hesitant girl and asked her to simply open her mouth. After swallowing a spoonful of curry, Bertna exclaimed that the dish was absolutely delicious. Sado and Cuckoo were surprised by Bertna's reaction and asked to taste it. As a result, everyone who tried the strange dish was pleased with the wonderful taste of the local food. Lord Noct, who greatly missed his hometown food, relished the taste he hadn't tasted in a long time and thought the trip was truly worthwhile. Bertna suggested that Noct should immediately reduce the size of the shop and bring it home with him. But the young lord reminded her that if Bertna wanted to use the shop, it had to remain at its normal size. Noct promised that upon his return, he would personally cook a wonderful curry. He found the prices here quite expensive, but still decided to buy spices for his kitchen to make real curry at home, so that this flavor could be felt even in big, small territory. Bertna, the most emotional girl in the group, was delighted with the delicious food. Noct looked at the curry and said it reminded him of a blanket. The group continued to enjoy the local cuisine and have fun until everyone remembered the real reason they were there. Finally, they arrived at the Hardlit family's main house. The local steward announced the arrival of Lord Noct, and the butler invited the guests inside. Inside was a handsome young man. He immediately apologized for summoning Lord Noct to such a distant place. The young man introduced himself as the second in the Hardlit family and the lord of this land. Noct responded by introducing himself and saying he was happy to meet his neighbor. Lord Noct suggested that they not waste time and get straight to the point. As he understood it, the discussion would concern the rights to mine the rare mineral manatite. Noct thought he had checked all of his father's records at home, but found no information about where manatite was first discovered. Lord Noct did not expect a good outcome from these negotiations, as he had no strong cards to play, and all he hoped for was to at least secure 40% of the manatite resources. However, Norvis's statement was completely unexpected. Norvis announced that it would transfer all mining rights for this rare mineral to its territory. Norvis had no intention of discussing it further. Lord Noct asked why Norvis had made that decision. Norvis explained that everything was clearly documented in family records, passed down through generations, and he was willing to provide them. Lord Noct responded that territorial documents should be shared publicly between the two sides, but Lord Noct did not have those documents available. Norvis said that things were very strange, but he could do nothing about it. Noct requested to see the documents to verify their authenticity himself. Norvis did not refuse and allowed Noct to view them. Looking at the documents, Noct thought there couldn't be any mistake, as Norvis spoke with such confidence. However, Noct quickly realized that it was all a fake copy. However, without evidence, it is almost impossible to prove that. Norvis suggests that perhaps the necessary documents were lost during the orc monster attack on Big Small territory, which is why Lord Noct finds it hard to believe the truth of the current situation. Noct replied that their mansion was completely undamaged in the orc attack, so the documents could not have been lost, and that the documents Lord Norvis provided were merely very sophisticated forgeries. Lord Norvis immediately demanded proof that his documents were fake. Norvis asked if Noct really wanted them to give up what they were rightfully entitled to own, and if Noct dares to say that, it's an unforgivable mistake. Now, all disputes between them can only be resolved through war. Nevertheless, this is one of the aristocratic customs for settling conflicts and disputes. According to custom, the two lords would deploy their armies in a prearranged area and fight. This mock battle was designed to settle various disputes. Noct realized he had fallen into a trap. Lord Norvis deliberately prepared forged documents and invited Noct to visit, thus depriving him of time to gather evidence. During the conversation, Norvis immediately issued an ultimatum and declared war. Clearly, everything had been planned in advance by Lord Norvis, and he was waiting for the opportune moment to act. Noct understood that he shouldn't risk his life for any resources, but if he bowed his head and showed weakness to his enemies, his land would be seen as weak in the future, and he would no longer be worthy of being a lord. Noct understood that if he backed down for a mere war, Lord Norvis would immediately want to seize everything other than the manatite resources. That would mark the beginning of the end for the Big Small family. Noct recalled that his country's territory had just been heavily harassed by an orc attack and was now severely depleted. Therefore, Lord Norvis's demand to start fighting under such unfair conditions was unjust. Norvis thought for a moment and then promised that he was only willing to mobilize 100 soldiers to level the playing field. And Lord Noct could bring any number of warriors to the battlefield, or as many as he pleased. Noct considered the offer, certain there would be another trap. Lord Norvis quickly responded, asking what Lord Noct's decision was. Lord Noct requests permission to leave his companions, and he declared that, on behalf of Lord Bigsmall, he accepted the challenge and was ready to resolve the dispute. During wartime, Lord Norvis gladly invited his opponent to decide the location and time of the battle, while advising Lord Noct to prepare thoroughly and not be late. Lord Noct recounted everything to Olivia and Cuckoo, but they comforted him, as it was clear Lord Norvis had deliberately provoked him into making this decision. Lord Noct says that as soon as he gets home, he will have to apologize to everyone for starting the war, because he was the one who did it. Juno promises to help explain that there was no other way. But as soon as Lord Noct returned home, all of his friends reacted calmly to the news of the upcoming war and expressed their support. Juno reveals that she has crafted a new deadly trap, which will be a surprise for the enemy, and Greg boasts that he has made his monsters stronger. Sato explained that she had warned everyone to prepare for the battle. Greg said that Lord Noct looked weak and would have a hard time in matches, but the others would never get bored. Greg then asked what they were actually going to do in this fight. Lord Noct replied that they wouldn't be using deadly traps right from the start. Noct went on to say that the mock battle would only last 10 days and would take place on land between the territories of Big Small and Hardlot. The use of weapons will be regulated by rules, ensuring they are not lethal and do not have the potential to cause serious injury. The winner is the one who can defeat the opposing lord. The Lion Wizard asked them what their chances of winning were. Lord Noct explained that negotiations had ensured the enemy's forces were limited to just 100 soldiers. Noct also decided to seek help from the Red Dragon. Dragon asked why Lord Noct was so worried and what business had brought him here. Noct said he had a request for Lord Dragon. He explained that a mock war between the territories of Big Small and Hardlot was about to begin, and if Lord Dragon could use his power to assist, that would be a great advantage. Lord Noct acknowledged that he was compelled to get involved in this conflict because the fate of all the inhabitants of his kingdom depends on these negotiations. Noct said that he knew Mr. Grub was very kind and probably disliked violence in any form. But without his strength, they would find it difficult to win this war and protect their interests. Lord Noct stated that his kingdom was only just beginning to develop. However, this challenge put all his efforts at risk, and he could not afford to lose them. The Red Dragon replied that if Lord Noct were in danger, he would be ready to help. Noct thanked Dragon for his help and said that his intervention would greatly influence the outcome of the war. Sato said that engaging in a mock war with a powerful dragon was a brilliant decision, and that no one had ever done so before. The Lion Witch admitted that she was delighted with the result. Mayor, the maid, reiterated that Mr. Noct was a very talented manager. Then, everyone began preparing for the upcoming battle and planning their course of action. A little while later, Mare announced that an envoy from the kingdom had arrived. Lord Noct was surprised to see Luce take on this role and asked why she hadn't yet been dismissed from her position as tax inspector. However, Luce replied that she was a civil servant and had many other duties, including the position of second lord. Noct thanked Luce for her hard work and admitted that he'd expected to meet an ordinary secretary from the kingdom. Luce explained that she volunteered for the role to uncover the secrets behind the rapid growth of the Big Small region. And if this secret is related to one of Noct's skills, then perhaps in the future, the kingdom will ask Noct for help in solving some of their problems. Lord Noct thought that he really didn't want his secret to be revealed to anyone other than his closest friends. Luce said that if she hadn't taken the role, someone with close ties to House Norvis would have become the second lord. Lord Noct thanked Luce for her help and said that he would always remember it. However, Luce cautioned that she would make a fair decision, whatever it may be. Lord Noct knew that the disparity in strength between them would be obvious, as Lord Norvis had long planned this mock battle. However, the Big Small nation hoped for help from the Red Dragon Hornbeam in this battle. Although, at the same time, everything remained completely unclear. The enemy's strength and ability to surprise were still unknown, and Lord Norvis's army was 3 times that of Lord Noct. Everything was ready for battle, and Luce's magic was cast, soaring into the scorching sky. This was the beginning of a great battle that would decide the fate of the Big Small family. This mock war with the Hardlit nation has begun, the cause of which is a rare resource from the disputed manatite mine. Tamer Greg confidently declared victory, as the warriors of the Hardlit nation lived a peaceful life. They had a significant advantage in combat experience, having previously defeated the ORC army and killed their king. However, Lord Noct replied that he was not entirely confident, because their opponents are capable of employing any trick and have clearly prepared thoroughly for this battle. For the Big Small nation, this will be the first battle between humans, and they need to prepare for any possible surprise. The young Lord Noct announced that the war would last 10 days, with the first 4 days dedicated to preparing the army's positions, and this would be one of the most important events of the entire mock war. Don't forget that there's no guaranteed way to win, because the one who prepares best for the battle will win. Lord Noct's friends were delighted to have a large supply of healing potions, as they would undoubtedly be useful in battle, even if it wasn't a fight to the death. Lord Noct stated that the vital resource of Manateet was in danger, so they could spend a great deal of money to secure victory. Lord Noct also admitted that he had a good deal with the merchant Raphael, who sold him the resources at a reasonable discount. Lord Noct's team was very excited and confident of their victory. Meanwhile, Lord Norvis was, of course, still keeping an eye on his rival. And Lord Norvis observed that it seemed Lord Noct had used up all the resources at his disposal. Lord Norvis felt superior and disdainful when Lord Noct was mentioned. He genuinely thought Lord Noct was an idiot. Lord Norvis believed that if you are afraid to bet big in any game, you will be afraid to bet big. You can quickly start thinking like a normal person, and that's the worst thing that can happen. You might not even realize when you've become a failure. And Lord Noct has very low odds in this battle, because despite having many resources, he only has a maximum of 30 soldiers, and this is the deciding factor in winning. In any case, without a large army, it would be impossible to build a defensive fortress in a short period of time. Lord Norvis reminded his soldiers that they only had 4 days to build the defensive fortifications, so they all had to work as hard as they could. Lord Norvis mockingly asked his soldiers if they would like a 96-hour shift. The soldiers were shocked by the prospect and began telling each other that they felt like they were in hell. Luce was well aware of her role and carefully observed the preparations of both sides for the conflict. She decided that, as long as she maintained control, the 2 Lord Hardlets would not risk resorting to dirty tactics. Even so, without resorting to underhanded tactics, their advantage over Lord Noct's forces was already considerable. Luce was curious to see what Lord Knot could do to surprise his opponent. Everyone is waiting for the upcoming battle. Some are preparing meticulously, while others are watching with interest. A group of wizards from the Royal Army of Wizards, led by Lion, used earth magic and created a defensive moat. Young Lord Noct decides to help the wizard Lion. When Lion asks what he will do, and whether he will use earth magic like he did when he came to the mine, Lord Noct explains that he wants to apply a trick similar to the one in the game of shuffling cards. With the help of his imagination, he will create a desired block of earth. He activates the ability to reduce the size of the item and chooses the appropriate size for the block of earth. Of course, Lord Norvis was observing all of his opponent's actions and immediately realized that if they can manipulate the earth on such a scale and at such speed, then they are most likely facing an elite army of earth wizards. Norvis acknowledged that Lord Noct was also skilled in earth magic, and if their territory was examined, it became clear that the land of Big Small lay near a dangerous forest. That means they are used to fighting a lot and are certainly very cunning in defensive skills. Norvis's military commanders assured them that they had nothing to fear and had solutions to their problems. Suddenly, Juno felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground. Lord Noct rushed to Juno, unable to understand what had affected her so much. Noct asked her what had happened and why she had suddenly fallen ill, but Juno was in terrible shape, barely able to speak. Lord Noct asked why Juno hadn't spoken since she had lost so much strength during training, but Juno mumbled that she only wanted to be of service to Lord Noct. Lord Norvis rejoiced at the misery of the enemy camp and said that this witch was foolish. She couldn't possibly use so much magic, and the healing potions were too difficult to swallow and not very effective. Lion the witch admitted that she also felt very weak and unable to continue using magic. Mare hurriedly helped the exhausted sorceresses with her cell-activating abilities. At the same time, Mare grumbled just as much as old Joseph about the need to avoid wasting magic so recklessly. Cuckoo and Olivia said it was time for the sorceresses to rest, and now it was time for them to work hard. Cuckoo created a perfect model of the defensive structure, as always, and handed it over to Lord Noct. The young owner of Big Small immediately used his item enlargement ability, and a magnificent castle of enormous size appeared. Lord Norvis was enraged by what he saw and shouted that it was magic. Then, Lord Norvis began to feel dizzy and his vision blurred. Norvis suddenly stood up and began speaking incoherently, and his soldiers began discussing whether someone had hypnotized their commander.